Right?
So, a very good morning to one and all. Firstly, let me wish you all a very happy Eid. Thank you for joining us today in such overwhelming numbers on a Saturday morning. So, I welcome you all to the SPER-SPRINGER International Conference 2020. I'm Dr. Madhurima Kahali, an editor with the Medicine and Life Sciences publishing team at Springer Nature, and also your host for the day. So, while I'm sure that you all have the detailed agenda with you, let me quickly brief you about the events of the day. So, the theme of today's webinar is adding value in academic book publishing, the role of learned societies and international publishers. And we are extremely fortunate to have with us such a distinguished panel of speakers from the very dynamic Society of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, as well as from the publishing giant Springer Nature. So today, we'll be discussing about research collaboration, advances in pharma research in India, and highly evolving academic publishing landscape. And when I talk about this academic publishing landscape, the STM publishing, our talks would majorly focus around scholarly books. So we have around 5 talks in the first session, which would be followed by a panel discussion between 12 noon to 1:30 p.m. And we have 4 highly experienced panelists joining us for this session. The panel discussion would be followed by a 1-hour lunch break between 1:30 to 2:30 p.m. since refueling is necessary for the next sessions to come through. Please don't forget to log back in at around 2:30 p.m. for a very interesting and informative book publishing workshop. And let Springer Nature editors take you through the various aspects of book publishing. We would be majorly covering topics like how to publish your book, how to reach a publisher with a book proposal, uh, publishing ethics, the very important topic of open access model in book publishing, then social media and content sharing, and finally, a futuristic view of what books of tomorrow may look like. Following the workshop, we'll have a brief Q&A session. Please be sure to send us any questions that you may have while the conference proceeds. And we'll try and answer each one of them in the limited time we have. Of course, you can also reach us after the conference is done, and we'll be sure to write back to you. And after this Q&A session, we'll have concluding remarks by Dr. R.S. Prakasham from CSIR IICT. So now, without any further ado, let me invite the first speaker for the day, Professor G.D. Gupta, who is the president for SPER. So over to you, Dr. Gupta.
I think his phone is muted.
Honorable and respected Professor Dr. Y.K. former Dean, AIIMS New Delhi, President GB, AIIMS Bhopal, Member Task Force, DST, DVT, and CSIR, Chief Guest and Keynote Speaker of today's function, Professor and Professor Dr. University Sagar, my guide, my mentor, and my guru, Professor Dean, Punjab University, student analyst, Professor Dr. Saranjit Singh Ji, Professor and Head, Mohali, Dr. V. Misra, former IIT, Dr. Paul National University, Singapore, Dr. Naren Agrawal ji, Editorial Director, Springer Nature, Dr. Madhurama, organizing of this activity, editor books, Medicine and Life Science, Springer Nature, Mr. Tushar Joshi, Springer Nature, Dr. Upendra Nagai, Secretary SPR and Organizing Secretary of International Conference, all the dignitaries, all participants from India and abroad. Of society SPR, it's my privilege to welcome from core of my heart and also thankful all the dignitaries, guests, chief guest, guest of honor, and all participants from core of my heart. Sir, I know that today's this international conference, it is a one of the historical events in India. I know that the panelists and guests, they all are from the historical institute. As we know, the pharmacy in India start from the, you can say, BHU Banaras, Punjab University, National Institute, Naipur. So all these speakers, not from India, from the abroad, they all are the very, very dynamic and we can say gem of the pharmacy in country and also well known in abroad. Sir, I pleased to inform you all the overwhelming response in the registration of participants from Pan India and abroad. In my record, more than 3,000 students, academicians, researchers, and scientists I hope that very Act and to work for the growth, development, and betterment in the field of pharmacy as well as health profession. Society is growing. They are in all society organize conference, seminar, workshop, webinar, guest lecture, provide the technical material and during this period and pharmaceutical profession. Society recognize the honor, felicitate researcher, academician, excellent publication, extraordinary student in the education, best principal award, best teacher award, and memorial award in the field of action. And also we can state innovative institute during the annual conference of SPR. Society is also publishing very rapid and authentic journals. This is the known as Journal of Advanced Pharmaceutical Technology and Research. JAPTR is an official publication of Society of Pharmaceutical Education and Research. This journal is indexed in most probably in all the very, very reputed indexation system, including the scope during the COVID-19. Society contributed and put all the efforts for the betterment of the profession and always ready to help the pharmacy student and also organize many talent hunt activities during this period as moral booster of the students and academicians. This international conference is one of the another feather on the head of the society. So I congratulate our dedicated, dynamic secretary, Dr. Nagai. He always innovative strategies for the overall development of the profession. This is the excellent example India's pharmacy, cream, and signatory in the field of pharmacy address with I salute to all they are doing the best and of excellence. So that this is beneficial to and research. I request to all participants to take advantage of this opportunity. And if any doubt, queries, suggestions, send chat our organizing committee and some of the questions so that you can ask what the ask and what is your query. They can justify your response. So again, I will welcome you. Madhurati. Hello. Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
sir.
Madhurati. Yes, please.
Yeah. Uh, Thank you, Professor Gupta, about the introduction. And we are very happy to be co-organizing this conference with such a dynamic society. And I'm also very excited to know about the number of registered participants that are there at the conference because it is really huge. So thanks again for the welcome address. I would now like to invite Dr. Naren Agarwal, Editorial Director, Books for Asia, the Medicine and Life Sciences program, to give a brief overview about our publishing program, talk to us about what Springer Nature does in general. So over to you, Dr. Naren.
It's unmute now.
Dr. Naren, I think you're muted. Yeah.
Still it is mute.
I guess
Maybe one can call it.
now I should be audible.
Yeah.
So,
All right. So again, my name is Naren Agarwal, and I am responsible for leading the book program in Asia, but only in the field of medicine and life sciences. I am really looking forward to this conference today, and I sincerely hope that you too are going to enjoy this event. It is really amazing to see that almost 3,000 registrations are there with us today, and I would like to thank you all for joining this meeting on a Saturday morning. I hope that we meet your expectations from this conference. I would like to thank Professor G.D. Gupta, President of Society of Pharmaceutical Education and Research. I would like to thank Professor Y.K. Gupta for joining us here today. Always wonderful to hear your views, sir. You truly are a thought leader. Professor N.K. Jain from H.S. Gaur University, Professor Bhupinder Singh Bhoop from Punjab University, my colleague Tushar Joshi, and Dr. Upen Nagai. He has done a wonderful job to put up this event together, and I have had short interaction with him and always find him a person of endless energy and enthusiasm. Finally, I would like to thank all the panelists who are going to join us later in the day, in the afternoon. So, over next few minutes, I am going to take you through what Springer Nature's book program is about, an overview of what we publish, how we disseminate it, how we market it, and how we optimize our content for our readers, institutes, librarians, and of course our authors. What is the value that we create when a book is published with Springer Nature? If I were to describe our mission, it is very straightforward and simple to help researchers, students, teachers, and professionals to discover, to learn, and achieve more. Springer Nature has some of the most respected brands in their fields. We have Springer Imprint, we have Nature brand with us, we also have Biomed Central with us, the Macmillan Education Division, a very popular magazine, science magazine in the world, Scientific American, and the Paul Gray Macmillan imprint. They're all these brands are part of the Springer Nature group. We are a very old company. We have been publishing for around 170 years and we publish in all the fields. Currently, we have 10,000 employees who are located at 50 different countries. Currently, we publish around 3,000 journals and 13,000 books annually. We also take pride in the fact that we are the largest open access publisher with 600 journals, and we have recently published our 1,000th open access book. We get to see around 250 million downloads per year, and majority of the Nobel laureates have published with Springer Nature journals. We are truly very proud of this fact. If we look at our book categories and formats, you will see on your screen that we practically publish every kind of a book. We cater to every category. We cover all the subjects of any academic publisher. We publish monographs, handbooks, reference works, textbooks, popular science books. We publish book series, proceedings, and also we publish atlases, which is not mentioned here. By this, what we mean to say is that we cover every book type, every book category, and most of the subject areas for an academic publisher. If you would look at your screens now, you will see that we are one of the largest publishers in the world and published around 10,000 books in year 2018. Also, you can easily see on the screen that how much do we publish in medicine, in science and technology, and social sciences and humanities. So what are the benefits of publishing with Springer? Springer supports its authors at every stage of the book publishing cycle. You can find a whole lot of information about author services that we provide to authors of books as well as to authors of research papers. And this information is freely available on our website springer.com, and anybody can go there and find relevant information. You can also find information about a contact person who you could contact for raising any query or sending any proposal. Springer is the largest ebook publisher, so we publish our books in both print and ebook versions. We also have digitized all our books that we have published in the last 150 years, a little more than that, since 1842. All our books are available on print on demand, so no book ever goes out of print, and you can get a print copy of a book that we published even 150 years ago. All our books are produced in XML that allows us to make the content available in a variety of formats, which includes PDF, HTML, and EPUB. And these formats can be easily read on any kind of device. So any electronic device, whether it's a laptop or a tablet or a mobile phone, will support our formats to enhance reading. We also have a worldwide distribution of our content, and in addition to our own website or our own platform for disseminating the content. We also have partners with us, Amazon and Google Books. Springer content is easily found, easily accessed, and can be cited easily. All Springer content is indexed to the chapter level, and I would like to share here with you that majority of our books, almost all of them, get indexed on Scopus. Our ebooks are compatible with all kinds of devices, and you can download an ebook at a book level or at a chapter level. I will just quickly go through the importance of ebooks, very easy. You can see on your screen that what are the advantages that our ebooks offer to the libraries, to the researchers, to the authors, and to the publishers as well. We now see, because of the COVID, a sudden increase in the shift to the e-version. After all, we are holding this conference also in a virtual format. 6 months ago, how many of us were thinking about holding these kind of conferences on an e-format as a webinar? And what we see is that the COVID has kind of accelerated the entire shift or migration towards an e-platform or e-model or a virtual way of accessing content or interacting with people. We also have a service available to all our books where you can see the influence of your book growth. You can see what are the citations of your book. You can see what are the downloads of your book and how many times your book has been mentioned in the social media. The so-called art metric analysis is also available. This kind of gives you an overview of the reach or usage or readership of your book. And this is something you can watch or see on a regular continuous basis as well. This service also provides metrics at a book level as well as a chapter level. So in addition to how many downloads have happened for a book, you can also get to see how many downloads have happened to a chapter. If you were to see the performance of a book on our platform, you can easily see that in the middle of the screen, you can see number of citations for this book, you can see number of mentions for this book, and you can also see how many downloads have happened for this entire book. And later on, you can also see how many downloads have happened for each and every chapter. Also, you can see that which journal, which article has mentioned or cited your book chapter. This is an amazing service. It kind of brings in a whole lot of information and which is your experience. Finally, I am only going to say a quick few lines about the future of books. It's a message from our managing director of books, Peter Thomas. The future of books is our responsibility. We strongly believe that books have a promising future. With the investment in new technology and the development of visionary features, we are committed to ensuring that books remain relevant to scholarly communication and responsive to the changing needs of our authors and readers in the future. More on this will be covered by one of my colleagues later in the day after lunch session. Finally, I would like to share with you just an idea that clearly states our mission. The mission is very straightforward. It is about advance and discovery. On this finger wheel, you can easily see how we help in developing knowledge, how we make it qualify, how we enhance it, how we support the authors to produce and distribute their work, and then through our marketing efforts, we share and amplify the content by disseminating it to the global markets. This is the end of my presentation here today. And now I really look forward to proceedings of the rest of the day, and I hope that you enjoy this conference as much as I am going to looking forward to this. Over to you now, Madhurima.
Thank you, Dr. Naren, for giving us an overview of our publishing program at Springer Nature. I think it got everyone interested, and I'm hoping we'll have a lot of questions, follow-up questions in this regard, and we are all, set to answer them. Now, I would call upon Professor Y.K. Gupta, President AIMS Bhopal, to, give the keynote address. Over to you, Professor Gupta.
Hello. Am I audible there?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Oh, great. Because, just a minute. So, namaskar to everybody. And let me put my mobile off so that there is no ecosystem. Yeah, namaskar everybody, and my special thanks to Naren Agrawal, because we have been interacting quite a number of times, and Naren, this is again a wonderful meeting you here on this forum. So I special thanks to Springer Nature and Naren Agrawal and his team and all his organization. I also welcome all the participants, and my special thanks to two people. One is Dr. G.D. Gupta, who is a professor and principal of the prestigious IFS College of Pharmacy College, Moga, and also president of this Society of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, and also Dr. Upendra Nagai, who is the General Secretary. And I really appreciate Mr. Praveen Garg, who is the Managing Trustee of this institution. What is so important, which Naren has also mentioned, is in these days, which is called as a COVID times, most of the people have become inactive or dull. But at the same time, I can see that this Society of Pharmaceutical Education and Research has become super active. I am addressing, I think perhaps this is second or third meeting in last 3 months, and several meetings by this college itself is such an important thing. And as mentioned, more than 3,000 registrants from across the country, and not only that, from outside the country. That speaks how important is the topic, how important are the speakers, and how is important are the organizers. So three important components of which attract basically the audience. Now, I would say today, as a policymaker now in a situation, turned policymaker from educationist, but I still continue to be an educationist. We look for that an academician is a good academician who does good research. An academician is a good academician who teaches well. An academician is considered to be a good academician who creates a document, who creates a knowledge set, which will be an asset for teaching, an asset for knowledge. Incidentally, in India, there was a time that we had no books by Indian author. You name any discipline, there was hardly any book, except in literary science. But if you just talk of scientific area, there was hardly any book. Time has changed, And now there are so many books that people find it difficult to have a choice. And the reason is the plagiarism. You just articulate, or even if you don't articulate, you lift some piece of work from some book or from some other book or from some third book, and then you just assemble it and publish a book of it. And that is why when we assess a candidate for his performance as a selection process for faculty member or professor or maybe even for vice chancellor, and I see that this person has written 10 books in last 2 years, immediately the response is bogus. It cannot write. He cannot be anything else than the plagiarized textbooks knowledge. And therefore, it is important that what you do it through a good system, through a good mechanism, and and a and in a reputed journal. Now, in the same context, I would say the important thing which this institute, when I say this college has distinction, not only of doing good research, but also doing good publication. And it is very important to know that in last 6 months, they have published 128 research papers, original research papers, and total impact factor of nearly 150 and 50 papers, and the total average impact factor, I have been told by Dr. Gupta just now, that is 1.78, which by any means in this duration is commendable. So I congratulate the entire faculty, the entire students, the management for achieving this feat. I'm not talking of the books, that will be a separate issue. So now if I say, if some person as a faculty or a student, we have done this study from planning commission long back when Niti Aayog was not there. More than 10,000 theses every year in medical pharmacy was written. Hardly any publication in good impact factor journal, minuscule number. Things have changed. Things have changed for good. Now there are publications coming up. But now what is the important thing is, we must be scared of, we must take care of, we must be cautious of what is called as a predatory journals. Publishing good work in a useless journal, predatory journals, that means you either do not have a confidence in yourself, your data, or you want to have an easy access to a journal which will publish either by giving money or because the journal has to survive, and that's why it will publish anything which garbage, and this will bring disrepute to you, your organization, rather than bringing laurel to you. So one has to be very careful. There are several factors today which can assess the scientist, which can assess the scientific impact of the paper, which can assess the overall output of the institution. And that is what is also assessed by the different assessing agencies, accreditation agencies, namely, say, NAC, or maybe a couple of other things like that. So one has to see, if you are putting a paper, I have delivered several talks, and in fact, Springer has published a paper, a book of ours on this, impact factor. We know everybody talks of that the journal should be, your paper should be in a good impact factor journal. More than the impact factor now is, people are calling it, the impact factor should reflect the impact of the work, which not necessarily collaborate or corroborate with the impact factor. It may be societal impact. It may be the impact on the innovation for that country itself. If I do some innovation for India, it may not be in a high impact factor of 23 impact factor journal, but it may be in journal of medical research. It has the total impact on the national health policy or national education policy or things like that. Important thing is how much citation it has. How many people have cited your work, whether it has been impact factor of 23 journal, but has anybody not cited it? That means you have already lowered the citation of the journal itself, not only doing your own harm, but to the journal also. There are factors like people do it by the H factor, and there are several such factors. So what I'm trying to say is today your scientific output has different measures for assessment. So therefore, don't get confused by the jugglery of these words and the assessment system. But the most important thing is when you are publishing in a journal or in a book, please be very careful that you are publishing something original. I would say when you are doing some book, put it something in a different form which Indian people feel relevant and easy to understand, easy to digest. That is the art, and for which I'm sure the Naren Agrawal and his team will give this hint that how to make a manuscript more attractive, more readable, and more comprehensive. Now, one important thing which we must say, particularly for publication or things like that, I always say a bad raw data cannot make a good paper or a good document. Whatever best you can give it to the best of the writer on the world, give him bad data, it can never be a good paper. So that is one thing very, very important, and one must be careful in generating good data. So the second thing, if there is a good raw data, but there is a bad recipe, you have a good raw data but bad recipe, that means the cook does not know how to mix in what a different quantity with kitna masala chahiye, kitna isme namak chahiye, kitna salt, kitna mitha chahiye, then it will be a bad dish. The third option could be that it is a good raw data, good sabji, vegetable, good raw data, good recipe, आपने तरला दलाल की book निकाल दी, but then there is a bad cook. He doesn't know how to write. He doesn't know how to comprehend. He doesn't know how to make this statement attractive. Then again, it will be a bad document. If it is a good raw data, good recipe, good cook, but then the presentation is bad, that means your packaging is bad. That means you have published in a journal which does not reach to the masses. You have published by an agency which does not enjoy reputation. Therefore, the impact which you deserve for your hard work, for your good data, is minimized, and that is what such type of workshops are very important. That you have a potential, but how to use this potential to the best use, I think that is what is important today. And I say that this art should be the first thing which a student of science should understand before they start venturing into the scientific domain. Because unless you know what is plagiarism, unless you know what is falsification, unless you know that what is a good writing practice, unless you know how to select a journal, unless you know how to raise a question, unless you know how to write primary objective and secondary objective, unless you know what is the contemporary methodology, unless you know that what is the prior art search in this area, your entire exercise, what majority of the institutions waste in time, will be useless. And that's why wherever I go, particularly interact with the faculty, with the principals, with the students, I tell them first do your strong homework. Do prior art search and see the lacuna and look at the contemporaneous in relation to your own country. Tomorrow, in fact, today evening, we have a big meeting of think tank of Indian scientists to make Atmanirbhar Bharat. And the main theme is cut down all the unnecessary scientific expenditure, which is non-productive, which is plagiarism type, which is Me Too research, which is Me Too book publication. Concentrate more funding, concentrate more research, which is India specific. India need that research for upliftment of the socio-economic condition for agriculture sector, for aeronautical sector, for medical sector, for pharmaceutical sector. And that is what important thing is. With Naren, I would just advise that it is not necessarily that everybody is bombarding in writing a textbook. Not necessarily that textbook are only thing to be written. People are very specific domain knowledge, which is very specific. Why don't you select a topic and then write a knowledge? Don't copy paste it. Synthesize it well, do it well. And I'm sure I see that such a galaxy of experts from India and abroad. I could see Dr. Jain, I can see Dr. Booth, and I could see some people from abroad. And I think the combined wisdom which they have, which will be shared from this forum, I think would be phenomenal. And I'm sure that after this workshop, we will understand the importance of not only writing good piece of work, but also the chain reaction or the impact it can create on educational system, the impact it can create on the pharmaceutical science, and also the society. So my again thanks to Dr. Gupta, Dr. Upendra, Naren, and Springer Nature, and the society which is hosting this. And I'm thankful for giving me this opportunity to be the guest of honor, though I feel always at home with this society. But again, this is a formal opportunity, so I must thank formally. So thank you very much. Namaskar to everybody.
Thanks a lot, Professor Gupta, for such an enlightening talk. I think everybody really benefited from your talk. And thanks especially for raising issues of, publishing ethics, and, how to take care of the little things like, presenting a good raw data, etc. And also, I especially liked your point about the impact of an individual paper being of more relevance, of being more importance than the overall impact factor of a journal. So on that note, I think I will now invite our next speaker, Professor N.K. Jain, Professor Emeritus from Dr. H.S. Gaur University, Sagar. Over to you, Professor Jain.
So thank you, Madhurima. This is Professor N.K. Jain from Dr. H.S. Gaur University, Sagar. At the outset, I would like to thank the officials from Society for Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Professor G.D. Gupta and Dr. Nagaich, and the officials from SPER-SPRINGER Nature. Then Professor Y.K. Gupta, my colleague Professor Bhoop, Professor Saranjit Singh, Professor B. Mishra, my colleague from Singapore, Dr. Singh, and Dr. Naren Agarwal, and also to Dr. Madhurima Kahali and others. First of all, I must admit that I have authored nearly 20 books in pharmacy in India, but my very first book started only when I completed 12 years of my service as a teacher. And that is the gestation period which, in my opinion, is important for anybody to start the writing of the book. When you have got a deeper knowledge of the subject which you think about, you are expert. Instead of going into the traditional way, I will express my concern about a very simple aspect. I was in second year of B.Pharm as a student. That was in the year 1968. And we used to refer a book in organic chemistry that is Morrison and White. That was, at that time, it was a rare book. And somehow I could not get it. To prepare for the examination, I needed the book. I tried to get it. I tried to purchase it. I paid the money also, but could not get it. Ultimately, I borrowed book from one of my colleagues, and believe me, whole Diwali vacation, I spent and writing the whole book on pieces of papers and making it ready for me to read it. You can imagine how difficult it was once upon a time when the duplicating facility, photocopies, Xerox, etc., they were not available, and the cost of getting a book, it was sort of exorbitant. And being a rare book, I had real difficulty. You can imagine. My students and the participants, they can imagine. This has been modified to a very, very great extent with the help of the pirate books, which are, everybody knows, ample of them are available at the Naisadak, although they are unauthorized and legal warnings are there. In spite of everything, these books are available. I had to suffer to a great extent because my own books, they were pirated, and my publisher told that these books are available on such and such a store. It so happened once that my bookseller, he was on the stall, another stall was also there, in which my books were being sold, which my publisher told, I have never sold these books to this particular person, but still he is selling. So they were pirating my books. We had to go into a legal action. All those things are there, but then the way things are moving, it's quite dangerous for us to realize. But at the same time, I must admit that the societies and the associations, they have played an active role. For example, Association of Pharmaceutical Teachers of India, APTI, has so far published 15 books, although they are not textbooks, yet they are published. Similarly, maybe in 80s, B.V. Patel Education Trust came out with a very, very useful book on fermentation technology. And these are the societies which have contributed into the, bringing about useful books. One more important aspect, that is the book writing project which are given by the UGC. And although that is not continued, that is sometimes it is continued. I have been an author of a book which was sponsored by the University Grant Commission, and that is the book on forensic pharmacy, which is most popular in the country today. In addition, AICT has also got certain books, book writing is, projects in hand, and they are also, but in this case, probably they are meant for the retired teachers. I am reminded one of my colleagues who wanted to publish a book, and instead of going to publisher, he decided to go on his own. He spent involved and put whole of his provident fund money in the publication of the books, thinking that he will earn a better margin. Unfortunately, he lost everything and he could not recover the cost which he had invested, because he did not go to publisher. He thought that he will manage on his own. I mean to highlight that it is very, very difficult also for sale of the books, for bringing about the getting the market, selling it to the clients, etc. And therefore, it is better, whether it is good or bad, it is better to go to a publisher. G.D. Gupta is smiling; he knows what I'm talking. E-books have been just mentioned by predecessors. They're a good help. They are a great help to everybody. First of all, we are not to carry them anywhere. It's available in the soft copy, and hence whenever it is required, we can browse it, get the information. And to that extent, today, my colleagues in the academic, they understand when you are talking something, when you are teaching to the students and you ask a question, the students instantly, they will browse their internet in the mobile and they will try to give the answer also. So that technology has evolved, and therefore the challenge for the books is enhanced. Challenge for the books is enhanced because of the e-books, because of the photocopying, because of the Xerox and other technology-enabled communication, technology, etc. Now, we always talk about the books. When we talk about the books, we always talk about two types of books. One is the new books, and another is the new editions of the books. So far as the new books are concerned, it is essential for us to understand that there has to be some justification. Justification in the sense, why this book is required? What is the scope for this book? Whether the students will be benefited by this, or it is for my personal satisfaction that I am a writer of so many books. So there has to be identification of certain gap so far as the literature is concerned. If I can identify a gap, I can give a better book, and that book will satisfy the needs of the customers, that is the students. Is it on a new subject, or is it on a new topic? This is what I have to identify if I think about going for publication of a book. Equally important, that is the new editions. In most of the cases, the people write the book, they are in the market, but later on, there is no updating of the information. New editions means whatever information has been updated during a definite period of time, that must be incorporated. And unfortunate part is that when I go to the libraries, when I go to colleagues, etc., I find that the teachers are teaching from very, very old books, very, very old editions of the books, and the students are referring to the very old books, very old editions of the books. That means, although the information is updated, it is available in the domain, but it is not reaching to the students, and hence the students get second and third grade information. That is unfortunate for us, and I think my teacher colleagues will take care of this. Now, the availability of the books, this is enhanced because of the ebooks, because of the libraries, but at the same time, availability to all these students, that must be ensured, for which I think most of the institutions, they have a scheme of giving the books in the form of the book bank, and hence books are easily available to the students. When we talk about the books, always we have to talk about the quality books. When we talk about the quality books, we have to overdo the aspect which is just mentioned by Professor Y.K. Gupta, that is the plagiarism, as well as the Me Too books. It's a very simple thing. When people start writing, the day they join as services, they start writing, and within a short period of time, when as Professor Gupta was mentioned, they have got 10 or 12 books, and naturally we have a doubt. We understand how it is done. I know the people who impinge upon different aspects, different disciplines, in addition to their own discipline. For example, I'm in pharmacy. I can enter into another field. I can enter into chemistry. I can enter into other field. But within pharmaceutics itself, can I justify myself? If I can justify myself in one particular area, if I try or attempt to go in other areas, naturally, I am trying to use the copy, cut, paste option. And that is because ultimately, this is conveyed to the students, and they know what a teacher is, what a teacher is doing. It is very, very important for us to understand that the quality books, they are basically they are meant for the academic purposes. They are meant for the academic contribution. They are meant for the professional contribution. They are not prepared for financial gain. It will be a secondary objective, but at the same time, we should understand that if we want to do something for the profession or for the academics, then we have to think about the good books, quality books, and excellent books, which do contribute something to the students. Then this requires a lot of time, this requires a lot of efforts, and that requires a lot of expenditure. And therefore, always it's a very, very serious exercise. If the people don't understand what is the seriousness of writing a book, I think it's a futile exercise. And as Professor Gupta had mentioned, it is an art. Writing a paper is an art, writing a book is a bigger art. It's a very serious art, which everybody cannot dare, everybody should not dare. Only those who are seriously interested, they should try to do. But then to our help, we have got something very important. That is, we can write the books ourselves, or we can take the help of other people. For example, I can write a book, as I have done in most of the cases, but I have also done some books with the help of other authors. That is the multiple author books. So I am editor, and I am getting the help from other colleagues, and these are the colleagues who are experts in their own fields. So if I feel that I can contribute in a better way, in a shorter period of time, or in a better, I would say, expertise, then there's no harm. And then multiple other books, these are also welcome. In fact, that has become the order of the book writing today, and that is very, very useful. I would say it's useful to everybody, and it's right from the libraries to the students to the teachers and everybody. Well, the panelists and the Springer people they are going to talk about the role of the publisher. But in my opinion, the publisher, they must have, although Springer has got it, but they must have effective network. They must be able to sell the books and provide reasonable, I don't say too much, I say reasonable royalty to the I would say authors. So there are problems in the academic book publishing. There are problems about the funds. There are problems about the promotion, sales, network, etc. And ultimately, this is what is reflected in terms of the quality of books which are available. I'm not talking about the journals, but I'm restricting myself to the books only. And lastly, I have to say that readers or the consumers or the users, they have to cultivate the reading habits. Unfortunately, I feel that most of the people, they are giving up the reading habits. They are also giving up the purchasing habits. Their collections are getting thinner and thinner. The libraries are getting thinner and thinner, and the stores, so far as the information is concerned, that is getting thinner and thinner. In spite of the availability of the ebooks, in spite of the availability of the internet and everything, there are certain books which have to be there in my collection, whether it's concerned to the profession, whether it is concerned to other areas, yet they have to be there. And this helps me in updating myself. So for updating my information, I can depend upon the books, I can depend on the journals, I can depend upon the internet, yet I must have a zeal to update myself. That zeal has to be there in every reader, every student, and of course, every teacher. Unfortunately, teachers also sometimes they don't devote much of the time for updating themselves, which could be helped with the help of the ebooks as well as the internet. And that zeal has to be there. It has to be sustainable, and then I think all the benefit will go to the students. Because we are meant for these students. All the teachers are meant for these students. We are supposed to provide the latest information, updated information to these students, whether through books or through the classroom or the chalk and talk, whatever you call. So in brief, I just wanted to convey these particular simple aspects, and the time given to me, that was almost 20 minutes. So I think I must thank the organizers for giving this opportunity. SPER people, because they have been kind enough to invite me to most of their programs, and all the participants. I hope they have been benefited. And should they have any questions, I would like to say respond in their Q&A session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor Jain, for that wonderful talk. You did make a lot of very relevant points for the teachers, for the publishers, as well as students. So yes, reading is a very important habit which needs to be cultured, nurtured, and I think, you readily available knowledge is there, like in the form of internet article. Like we can always Google anything, but I think reading is a habit which you should never let go of. And a few more points that you made, which were very relevant, is about, again, when you're writing a book, it is an art. An author is an artist, so they spend a lot of time researching about the book. They spend a lot of time being in that field, and it definitely shows in the kind of books that they publish. So it's necessary for people to be publishing books in which they have an expertise, or books which actually are needed for students or researchers. On that note, I would like to thank you again and invite Professor Bhupinder Singh now to talk to the audience about his experience.
Thank you, Madhurima.
Knowledge. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Madhurima. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah. At the onset, let me, appreciate and thank Dr. Upendra Nagij and Professor G.D. Gupta for having me invited to be part of this very prestigious platform and very nice endeavor of connecting the society with prestigious book publisher, Springer Nature, and coming out with something, which is collaborative and which is meaningful. And I'm amidst a very distinguished panel. I must thank Professor Y.K. Gupta, Professor N.K. Jain, who are kind of my mentors too, and Dr. Paul Heng from Singapore, very nice friend, Dr. Saranjit, Dr. B. Mishra, very nice friends, who are amidst the audience today, contribute in this very endeavor. And in fact, talking after Professor Y.K. Gupta and Professor N.K. Jain leaves nothing else to talk. In fact, I had jotted down some 10, 12 points, to talk about. And I think I am hardly left with a couple of them because already Professor Y.K. Gupta and Professor N.K. Jain have very nicely, very meticulously, and very adroitly addressed the same. And the way Professor Y.K. Gupta addressed that, we need for writing books is not a small aspect. For writing books, you need good raw data, that's good vegetables and good, spice, that's a good recipe, and then a good cook, and then finally the good presenter. It's a you means a chef is also needed, and the presenting, hotel or the environment is also very important. All these aspects, the final aspect is to be taken care of by the publisher. Through my now quite, academia, for nearly 3.5 decades plus. So I have been very fortuitous of having scribbled nearly 390 publications, out of which 15 are books, and books too by prestigious publishers like McGraw-Hill, like Taylor and Francis, like Pearson, Studium, Elsevier, and others. Of course, I have not been associated with Springer Nature Springer as yet. So my thought process is quite analogous with that of Professor Y.K. Gupta and Professor Jain, which they have shared, that publishing is not lackadaisical kind of task, where the publisher or the author can be, casual in any way, See, the point which was addressed by Dr. N.K. Jain, Professor N.K. Jain, that, not every Tom, Dick, and Harry can write books, because the textual flow, the contextual flow, the understanding, the possible assimilation of the contents by the readership, all those aspects have to be taken into consideration, whether the point which the authors are trying to make across are being passed on to the readership in the legitimate and judicious manner or not. For that, the publishers must endorse that they should invite the authors not from every corner, but the people should be of high caliber, people should be of high repute, and particularly with high experience. At least, a couple of decades or 1.5, 2 decades experience is needed for understanding a particular subject. Then only one can scribble, one can author a book, and yeah, to share my point across, to make it more lucid, one of my, PhD students, I just happened to ask, are you continuing with the, research in a passionate way, and are you publishing as well? Yes, sir. So okay, how many research publications do you have? Sir, I don't have any research publications after my PhD, but I have published 5 books. This is the kind of scenario, and some of these books are by the international publishers with international ISBN number. So if we, and the guy is having, a partial understanding of the subject. So if he is going to edit or write a book, what kind of knowledge the readership is going to get. This is a point to ponder over by the publisher in their panel discussion as well, And as far as both my, predecessor speakers have highlighted the aspects of the ethics in research publishing, that is plagiarism, falsification, fabrication, etc. So I think, plagiarism detection and plagiarism management is most important. But I personally feel in the last couple of years, it has been blown out of proportions for the books as well. This is the point I wish to, go across. While I edited a book, a 6-volume book series on nanobiomedicine around 5 years back, plagiarism issues were not that phenomenal. But another book of nanotechnology, which I authored 1.5 years back, this was a fad. This was, plagiarism detection was a, and time and again I was refrained. No, sir, its its similarity rate, rate of this chapter is coming out to be 21.3%. First, address this. So, and the authors are not responding. Authors are, probably not able to handle in reparaphrasing and citing and the information, the information to make the similarity issues less. So the editor has to take care of that task, making it very, very complicated and making it delayed. So I think the information which is passed on in journals is for a different purpose. The information that's passed on in books for a different purpose. The readership is different. So if some authors are self-copying, some information, some text, it should be left to the editor. And the editor has to be erudite, editor has to be adroit, editor has to be sagacious and judicious ones, experienced one. He can, make the choice whether this information is really, can be considered as plagiarized or not, Otherwise, banking upon Turnitin or plagiarism detector or Authenticate or for that matter, any other plagiarism detection software and declaring that it's plagiarized, I think this is uh, too early to claim that we are maintaining the standards of ethical publishing. So a little bit, aspects, which need to be addressed because most aspects have been already taken care of, that impact, the point which Professor Vaike Gupta made, that not only impact factor, but impact of the article or impact of the chapter or impact of the book is very important. For that, the needs, contemporary needs have to be ascertained, whatever are the requirements in the curricula, what are the requirements of the modern science, what are the gaps between what is available and what should be made available, that should be addressed by the authors, and the publisher in this context should come up with the topics which needed to be taken care of in addressing those in bridging those gaps. So you must invite some titles which are suiting the contemporary needs. The authors would just try to justify the same with respect to their knowledge. And as far as the readership is concerned, the students, those who are amongst the audience, they must, the pupils, they must understand that whatever they are getting from the Google Baba, on a particular search, so that is just data. And the data, once organized, is the information, as one knows. But the information, once digested into the gray matter, is only becoming the knowledge which, is to be, taken care of. And only the knowledgeable person can solve any problem and can alleviate any issue. So knowledge is more important rather than being informed through Google Baba, or rather than the data being fed in. And so knowledge is available ready-made through the stalwarts, through the luminaries in the particular field, where they have put in their best, their experience, their experiential wisdom into the topic, and that should be relied upon. So I endorse the viewpoint of Professor N.K. Jain that books, reading books should be inculcated as a very important aspect in the students' disciplined students' life. And reading books, maybe the paper books or the e-books, should be very, very important. And the teachers and the mentors like us should prompt the students to find the information which is not conventionally available, so that they may have to consult the books and the journals. So uh, I think the limitation of due to limitation of time, I'm constrained to bypass some of the aspects which I wanted to share. But see, with respect to the authors, the point which I wish to make, the authors should present something which is novel, which is not hitherto available, and which should be easily pourable into the gray matter of the leadership. That is very, very important. And making a user friendly or reader friendly book, coming out with a reader friendly book is very, 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 very author unfriendly. I think Professor N.K. Jain was addressing that issue. So it is not the job of everyone, but everyone is invited. Every teacher, every scientist invited to write books, but only after getting some grip over the subject. Only after getting some kind of experience on the topic. Then only one should venture into this arduous exercise, which requires not only the information and knowledge, which requires the skills, to write, to understand, and to put it forward. I think I should not go beyond time limits because we are already little behind schedule. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Upendra and Dr. GD, for having me invited with in this platform, and allowed me to share my experiential points which I have gathered during my 35 years of sojourn. And as Dr. Gupta was pointing out, we must concentrate on the quality journals, quality books, not only predatory journals. So let me share with pride that in the last 35 years, nearly 9,000 citations and 45 H-index. That's today's statistics, and I do not know cumulative, impact factor which I and my research group have generated in years of come. That's an endeavor towards originality. That's an endeavor towards excellence, and let that be passed on to the younger generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Boop. It was so wonderful listening to it, and congratulations for the research output that you have. It is nothing short of excellence. And thanks again for kind of reinforcing the points about the quality of your publication, how that is sometimes more important than the quantity, more important than some of the matrices that we talk about, like impact factors, etc. The individual chapter, individual article is something that is of more relevance. If that is impacting a researcher, if that is helping a researcher plan their experiments, or do better work, take forward that work, I think that is what is more of more impact than just going by the metrics that's there. So of course citations play a lot of importance there. Also, thanks again for talking about the importance of books, which can never go out of relevance. You also made a point about publishers inviting certain books or certain authors to write chapters. So we actually do that. We try to look for people who would be the right person to be writing a certain kind of book, especially when it comes to books like textbooks, etc., student teaching material. So we do, and of course I will look forward to be collaborating with all of you. It's just so wonderful, listening to all the talks. And another aspect about publishing ethics is that yes, in journals the publishing ethic rules are very neatly laid out. Somewhere probably in books it wasn't so neatly put together yet, but we are really working towards it. In fact, we have a session on publishing ethics in the book workshop today. It's the second session, which will be taken care of by Dr. Bhavik Sani, and I think it would be insightful for the audience to listen to that. So on that note, I would like to thank you again for being here and addressing all of us. I would now invite my colleague, Mr. Tushar Joshi, to talk to us. He's a senior account manager with Springer Nature and has over 12 years of industry experience ranging from pharma R&D, market research, consulting, and publishing. So here at Springer, he's responsible for collaborating with various pharma companies to understand their information needs. So over to you, Tushar, for your talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhurima. It's a pleasure to be part of this international conference. And at the outset, I would like to, thank you and Spur Society for inviting me for this talk on Springer Solutions. And I'm sitting across some of the senior leaders in the academia, Dr. Y.K. Gupta, Dr. G.D. Gupta, Dr. Bhupinder Singh Bhu. I think all the sessions before my session, I found it very, very insightful. I think some of the points that came up in these three sessions, Dr. Y.K. Gupta talked about the impact of the content, impact of your paper on overall research rather than the impact factor. Then Dr. Jain also spoke about overall role of a publisher, and then Dr. Bhoop talked about the plagiarism aspect of it. So I think all these points put together make very, very relevant, analogy to the pharmaceutical companies or any company which is working in the R&D setup, because all these things really matter when companies are filing the intellectual property for their research. So having a content which is very, very innovative, which is very, very intact in the intellectual property, and then it is full proof of plagiarism. I think this is very, very critical from the industry point of view. And I would like to put a emphasis on the factor that in the current situation, when we haven't foreseen a situation like a COVID earlier, and all of us been forced to adapt the innovative ways of connection, innovative ways of interaction, and innovative ways of going through our daily work, because earlier we were sitting at the desk, now we are sitting at home, and we are working offline or remotely. So all these things have actually impacted the way we behave, and it's not changed with the companies either. So my approach to the presentation is more to talk from the industry perspective, because I work very, very closely with some of the very high-end R&D institutions and the companies, and it has changed dramatically how these companies are adapting to the overall research work. Of course, there is a manufacturing facility where people need to be there. They are still working at 10, 20, 50% capacity as per the regulations of the government. But typically, when it comes to research, they have taken a leaps and bounds in the way they work on these aspects. Second topic about, now focusing only on pharma, we see a lot of change in the way the pharma is now, changing its areas of focus. Earlier, it was purely the generic, research or drug repurposing or going back to reverse engineering. Now there is a focus on autoimmune disorders, degenerative diseases, then cancer, oncology is coming up as one of the key area of work. So, the way the pharma companies are now, changing their gears in terms of research is absolutely different than what I have seen earlier. Now, if you go by the IMS reports, it's still the generic drugs or the generic therapy area still driving the overall market. But if we see the growth areas coming up, they are absolutely the biological ones or the the autoimmune and degenerative diseases. So one thing pharma industry has definitely understood, that the growth, the innovation, or is going to come up from these areas, not the the generic workflows what they were earlier adapting to. Third point is a role of developing an intellectual property, and that is where I think the publisher comes into the picture. What impact does our content bring into the overall development of intellectual property within the pharma company's perspective is very, very important, because as we all know, the resources are getting cut down. Companies are being asked to optimize their overall budget expenditure, take out everything which is absolutely not essential at this point in time. So I'm very proud that with the Springer nature, with my associations with the pharma companies that I work with, in most of the companies, they find Springer nature content absolutely essential from the areas that they work upon, and we have been very, very consultative in terms of how impact we bring into the overall pharmaceutical research. So with that note, I'll take you to the products that Springer nature collaborate within the pharma companies. We have different set of departments where we actually work with. It's not only the R&D department, but it is basically the various set of interdepartmental research work that happens within pharma. So I'm going to first of all put my perspective from the personas that we cater to, and then what content or the research solutions that pharmaceutical to the pharmaceutical companies that we provide upon. Now, due to the paucity of time, I may not be able to take all in detail, and it might be a quick run through for all of you, but please bear with me on that note. So if we talk about pharma, of course the R&D is the major research facility where all the research work is happening. Now within R&D also there are sub-disciplines or specialized fields like drug discovery or formulation development, analytical development, API research. This is one set of R&D. Then there is medical affairs and clinical research, which is basically talking about clinical trials, clinical development, regulatory submissions, medical evaluation of the drug, and the post-marketing surveillance, the pharmacovigilance. Now, in my experience, pharmacovigilance is something which is really gripping up in India. The rules are changing. The regulatory bodies are very, very vigilant. So the pharma companies are also, they are ensuring that they have up-to-date systems to make sure the pharmacovigilance is done properly and as per the regulations. The third area, and I think this is also very, very relevant, because from the business research point of view, the competitive intelligence, what other companies are doing, what kind of strategy they are adapting, how to develop a portfolio, because companies are looking a horizon of 2 to 5 years ahead of, which molecules they want to bring in with in-license, out-license, which R&D agreements they want to do, and which business development they have to collaborate with from the other companies. All these aspects actually bring to a fact that these are our end users in pharma which are using Springer content. So what do we have in Springer nature for all these stakeholders? So right from the phase of discovery to the market, Springer has a horizon from journals, books, databases which are specifically for pharmaceutical companies and drug development. I have put some of the important journals over here. I think Pharmaceutical Research, AAPS, which is American Association of Pharmaceutical Sciences, it has 2 journals, AAPS and AAPS Pharm SciTech. Then there is a journal called Chromatographia, which is very, very useful from the method development, method validation point of view. A lot of companies are using this. And of course, if we talk about the drug discovery, then we have Nature Reviews Drug Discovery, which is the highest cited journal right now. And I guess most of the pharma companies have access to Nature Review Drug Discovery as a content with them. And then when we go to clinical space, you have a lot of medical journals over there. You have clinical drug investigation related journals, pharmacotherapy related journals. And then at the end, when it is marketed, you have journals like Nature Reviews, Disease Primers, and Drug Safety and Reactions Weekly, which is for, again, for the drug surveillance point of view. So the idea over here is the content that Springer Nature provides goes right through the drug life cycle, starting from the discovery phase or early phases to the end phase. We presently have around 200 journals spread across pharma, life sciences, and medicine. Springer is one of the largest publisher in ebooks. So again, pharma, medicine, clinical medicine remains the hot areas right now, and we are publishing a lot of content over here. I think on an average, we are publishing 800 books every year. When I say 800, it is all new books in a copyright year that we are publishing. I'm sure Dr. Nareen's team will talk more in detail about these areas. Then we have a portfolio of nature journals. Of course, Nature's need no separate introduction. They are one of the top cited, and in out of top 10, I guess most of the journals have they are categorizing as number one in their respective disciplines. So we cover at the moment the content which is going across pharmacology, toxicology, chemistry, medical sciences, medicinal chemistry, translational research, gene therapy, new drug delivery systems. I think nano formulations and nano deliveries is something which is coming up new, and get a lot of companies are going on those areas. So we have content around all these areas within Springer Nature. About two platforms. So where once you have the content, where do you as a researcher can access this content? So we have two platforms. One is the nature.com platform, where all the nature journals, the review journals like Nature Reviews, Cardiology, Nature Reviews, Endocrinology, the medical and the research biomedicine journals. Plus we have some academia oriented journals like Leukemia, British Dental Journal. These are the journals run by the various societies, which are again available on nature.com. Springer journals, yes, it is available on Springer Link. I think most of the content which Springer has is available on Springer Link, be it a journal or a book or Edis journals, put together. So my idea is to give glimpses of all the content that we have. As the publishing industry is evolving, we are seeing a lot of movement to the open access now, especially in the Western worlds. India is developing on that thing, and I think we also have a lot of interest coming in from various universities, and even some companies also tell us, okay, how can we go up to open access model? So Springer is one of the first publisher going up with open access. We have a dedicated set of content called Biomed Central, which has around 200 plus journals in the open access content. And then if there are multiple areas, like Springer is not only for pharma. Springer Nature publishes around 2,500 journals in totality, and all of them are available on Springer Link. So all the areas apart from pharma, where there is open access, it is called as a Springer Open, and it is again available through Springer Link. On Nature, I think two journals are very, very important which are open. One is the Nature Communications. A lot of Indian authors, industry experts are publishing in Nature Communications and scientific reports. This is also very widely published open access journal within Springer Nature. Of course, Nature is the flagship journal. Now, it is very interesting to understand why Nature is considered as one of the best. There are only two journals, where the race for number one position goes currently. One is the Science and one is the Nature. And I think what is change or what is differentiated Nature from the other set of content is we have a lot of podcasts, regular videos. We have summaries or commentaries going on from various industry experts in the discipline of biomedicine, natural and life sciences, and the market analysis that goes on. If you see on the right side, pharma deal makers, this is the recent publication that Nature has done. If you go to Nature platform, you'll find this. This is absolutely free. This is like a 15-pager report which talk about overall collaborations that are accelerating overall biomedical, drug development, and especially focusing on vaccine development at this moment, because we are actually looking up to come up with, vaccine for the pandemic. So a lot of work is shown on from that perspective. Talking about innovation, Nature is synonymous with the innovation. So Nature drug discovery, Nature medicine, chemistry, all these journals are really been top cited and considered as high value, original research content by the researchers. If you see, just go by the number, 7 out of 10, top 10 journals in life sciences are of Nature, and there are 5 different Springer Nature journals from medical category, which are number 1 at the moment. If we talk about Springer journals from Nature journals, the numbers are astonishingly more than what you will find in Nature. They are close to 70-80 journals over there. Here you have around 200-250 plus journals in Springer. The reason is here the focus is on application. More and more content is available from the application. So right from medical or pharmacotherapy, pharmacology, pharmacokinetics, you will find a lot of journals talking about these areas. You name the area, Springer will have some or the other content around these areas. Now I'm going to also touch base upon other portfolio that we provide through the research solutions to the pharma, end users. There are 4 databases inside this. One is the Edison site, which is the a database for drug pipeline. Basically, this is highly used by pharmaceutical companies and various organizations to understand the competitive intelligence on what's happening with the drug development across the globe, which are the key new areas or new therapies, targets or pathways which are coming up and in the active development by various companies. For example, if I want to see which are the companies that are currently working on COVID drug, this is the database which can fetch all the clinical trials and the drug summaries which are currently getting developed and in phases of development, which is in the development phase right now across the industry. It basically has 5 different modules. The drug module talks about the drug development. So who is the innovator? Who are the participating organizations? Then what is the market capture, or what is the market share that drug may expect to get once the drug is out in the market. Then it also talk about the scientific aspects like PKD or pharmacokinetics aspect, safety aspects, safety during the clinical trials. All these areas are very broadly covered in this database. Then we have deals, which basically talks about the R&D agreements, commercial agreements within the companies, the collaborations. Safety is another module which talk about the post-marketing surveillance, so individual case safety reports or adverse drug reactions of arising from the drug. And then the patent information, so it gives the patent landscape. So in totality, if somebody is using the Edison side, they are actually having end-to-end solution to the pharma research and development. We get this content from various 200 plus sources, which includes, of course, the journals and various clinical trial registries like US FDA or clinicaltrials.gov. We have other resources like European agencies, Japanese trial registries, all the Chinese trial registry. Many registries are covered. We also capture information from company websites. We use a tool called internet scrapping algorithms, where we can actually scrap the content which has come up new from the previous times when we search. And then of course the company annual reports and the media releases. So in totality, we cater to the various stakeholders within the pharma, right from R&D to strategists to BD people in the international market, pharmacovigilance. And one niche area about EDIS is, especially in the European and US market, a lot of hospitals, because for NIH certification, they need to monitor the adverse drug reactions. So a lot of hospitals or pharmacies also, use Edison site as a primary tool to identify drug reactions coming in from various drugs. Then we have a solution called pharmacovigilance. As I was saying, this is a evolving area, or this is gripping up very on a very high note right now. A lot of regulations are changing. So we provide a solution to the pharma companies that support them to do the regulatory literature monitoring. So we capture information from various sources of information like Embase or PubMed or the sources which are public in the space, and then we provide individual case safety reports or periodic safety update reports, local literature monitoring. All these areas, these are very, very specialized to the pharmacovigilance that we cater to. Coming to the third database is Nano, which is one of its kind. So Nature, Nature Research has developed Nature Nano. This database is for nanotechnology, and one can find the how to characterize a nano, molecule or a nanomaterial, and they can also identify the size, nanostructure, composition, application, toxicity studies within the nano field. This is very, very crucial, because what happens is in nano field, because the size is very, very small, the reproducibility of the result is very difficult over there. And as the size changes, the properties of the material also change. So nano was a need of industry. When we did different surveys, what exactly industries are looking for, a lot of stakeholders came back to us saying, okay, we want to have a database or a reference point where we can go and understand the nanomaterial properties. So we developed this database. One unique thing about this is it is not a Springer database. So once you go to the database, it has summary of the nanomaterial, which is captured from various journals right across Springer, Nature, Elsevier, RSC, ACS, you name like 10, 15 publishers that we capture on nano. So as a researcher, they have a one-stop solution where they can go and find out all the properties relevant to the nano. And why it is important, because pharma is one of the area which is again, trying to develop a lot of nano applications of nanotechnology. So they are already doing that with nano formulations, nano drug delivery systems. I think nano is also playing a very major role with the device industry now. With the, it reduces the overall size and overall efficiency of the system, and at the end enhances the efficacy of the drug. And then there are a couple of areas like biomaterials or gene delivery, where nano is also shaping up. Last but not the least is the Springer experiments, which is for the life sciences people who are doing the lab work, who are actually working on an experiment. And they, for example, if you are from biochemistry or bioinformatics, biotechnology, molecular medicine, you are doing a lot of experiments on the table, and you need a specific protocol to conduct that experiment. Now, Springer protocols, Nature protocols, and Nature methods, these are the three, solutions that we have within this category. Protocols, Nature protocols are unique, they are never published before. So Nature drives innovation over here. Nature methods are group of protocols put together becomes a method. So it's a complete explanation about a process. And Springer protocols are, predominantly again a protocol, but if we see the sizes, like from 2,700 Nature protocols to 54,000 protocols, it covers most of the areas within the life sciences research. So in a nutshell, what I would conclude is Springer Nature Solutions, we have content and intellectual property that can be utilized by pharma companies, pharma or the life sciences researchers, and they can actually develop their own innovative products out of it. And I'm really glad that Springer Nature is considered as one of the key partner rather than a vendor, when it comes to the R&D setup within the pharma and life sciences space. So that's all from my side. You have my email ID. You can reach out to me or Madhurima if anybody is interested in more information. I'll be happy to connect with you and discuss it further. Thank you so much. Yeah, relaying back, Madhurima, to you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Tushar, for that very informative session. I think Now people know a lot more about the kind of innovative products we have apart from what we are most known for, that are journals and books. I'm sure you'll have a lot of questions, follow-up questions maybe after this. And again, I would like to, let the audience know that please keep those questions coming. We'll try to address as many as we can. On that note, I am now going to invite Dr. Rupendra Nagaich, Secretary SPER, the driving force behind this webinar and a very dynamic scientist. So over to you, Dr. Nagaich, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Madhurima, for your kind words. And at the outset, on behalf of Society of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, I would like to take the opportunity to thank all the learned speakers, guests who have witnessed this event, who have delivered their expert comments for the scientific growth and academic advancement as well. Talking about society and its initiatives that we have taken from past 11 years, I proudly say that the moment we have given a thought of constituting, establishing a society, we were very clear from the day one that what exactly the aim and objective of the society. So if I talk about as a founder secretary for Society of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, the moment we have established in 2010, we have a clear mindset that initially we have to establish, we have to have an outreach of the society at country and then globally for getting the recognition. At the same time, we also instigated to get some of the research contribution in the concerned field as well, although it was more inclined towards pharmaceutical education and research. So in the same year, 2010, we constituted and started a research journal with a name and style of JAPTR, Journal of Advanced Pharmaceutical Technology and Research. And at that time, currently, from past 11 years, this journal has been taken care initially with Medno publication. Now it has been the Wolters Kluwer, Philadelphia, US. We try to maintain the highest level of publication standard as well as the ethics concerned with the academic endeavors. So currently, this journal is also indexed from the very first volume, first issue in PubMed as well. We are in Web of Science, Scopus, Chemical Abstract, and many other indexing agencies. And currently, if we see the acceptance rate of the journal, that is nearly 7 or 8%. So on an average, if we are receiving 100 articles in a journal, so on the basis of the stringent, strict quality check, peer-reviewed, double-blinded peer-reviewed processes, we are accepting 7 or 8 nearly articles for the possible publications in the journal. So that shows the credibility of the research journal in the field concerned. But that was the initial objective of the society, because every society, if we are constituting, we have to constitute with certain aim and objective. So by virtue of that, initially our aim was to cater the need of the research and science fraternity to the faculty, scientists, scholars, and the students. So I'm very sure, I feel proud in saying that yes, we are on the same direction. We are on the right direction to showcase the path, to see the researchers come up with their research findings, and we are able to get it published in the research journal as well. At the same time, this could be the endeavor for the research journal, that is JAPTR. But as a society, we have to serve the community. We have to serve the society at large. So we started various activities from time to time, and in the span of more than 10 years now, we have constituted lot many forum as well for the advancement of pharmaceutical scientists, academicians, researchers, persons from the industry, and other related regulatory aspects as well. So we constituted the SPER Women Forum that has been taking care for the women scientists, scholars, academicians, and the personnel from industry. So we are conducting some of the events. We are hosting some of the events that would be more inclined and relevant for the women's growth and development as well. That has been the Women Forum has been headed by Professor Dr. Harvinder Popli. She is the professor and dean in Dipsaru, New Delhi. So she is the currently national president for Women Forum. As a society, we also try to align our young brigade, the youngsters who will be the future of any country. So we try to intact the relationship, a bonding of positivity with those students. So we have constituted the SPER student forum as well, and currently that forum has been taken care as a national president, Mr. Usama Asar from Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi. So because as a society, it's not just our objective, it's our duty and responsibility as well, that how we are going to contribute, to the nation building as well. So we cannot confine ourselves into education, research, or academia. We have to think beyond that. As a society, as a research journal, definitely we have certain protocols. We have to abide with the same, and at the same time, we have to align with the aim, objective, the scope of the research work as well that need to be published in the journal. So as a society, we have tried to organize, we have to try to collaborate with some of the learned pharma industry, academic institutions, and now this is one of the greatest collaboration, I can say, Springer Nature and SPER. So on a very light note, I used to say with Dr. Madhurima as well, it's SPER, it's Springer, SP. And the last letters are also same, SPER, Springer, SPRINGER. So it's a coincidence, I can say. On a very light note, I can suggest this thing that yes, we are in the same pitch, and I am very fortunate on behalf of society that yes, we are able to collaborate with one of the globally acclaimed publishers, Springer Nature. Society is also trying to do the level best. All the office bearers, the national president, Professor Dr. G.D. Gupta, all the learned speakers, all the office bearers, a few of office bearers I'm able to see in the panel as well. Professor Brahmeshwar Mishra, Professor Bhoop sir, a lot many other Professor Prakasham Reddy Sethi sir from CSI, IICT Hyderabad. So these people, these are the icon of pharmaceutical education and research. And they're icon not just because of the experience, the work they have done for the field, the sort of research endeavors they have developed in their tremendous career of more than 35 years, 40 years or so. If I name Professor Dr. Y.K. Gupta, Dr. N.K. Jain, Dr. Bhupinder Singh Bhoop, Dr. Saranjit Singh, Dr. B. Mishra, these are the living legend of pharma fraternity in the country. They have contributed not academically, they are one of the globally renowned scientists as well. They have a good collaboration with the pharmaceutical industry at large for imparting the newest technology, the newer technology for the growth and development of pharma research. So that way, it was not very easy to get that kind of elite panel as well. So I must thank on my personal behalf, on behalf of society, that these reputed people, they make it convenient. They have very kindly consented to be the part of this conference. Because getting a time from Dr. Y.K. Gupta or Dr. Bhoop, Saranjit Singh sir, B. Mishra sir, N.K. Jain sir, Dr. Paul, very good friend of mine. So it is not always very easy because they have lot many commitments and they have lot many things to do for advancement or taking care for the horizon or the verticals of pharmaceutical education and research. So I'm glad that all of them, on my personal request, they readily agree for the same. They kindly consented and blessed the event, and all the audience, those are associated watching the events through YouTube, through our prescribed or the suggested link on the website as well, through this medium, they will be really very fortunate and they will be glad to hear from these learned speakers. And talking about Springer Nature, yes, Springer Nature has a legacy. And that legacy we wanted to pass on to the students as well. They should witness, because COVID has given some constraint to us. I can understand, but at the same time, it has given a scope to us that everything would be possible. Very rightly said by Dr. Y.K. Gupta that nobody has maybe considered that these kind of virtual events could be there. But yes, we are engaged in organizing some of the events, some of the conferences after the COVID-19 impact as well. We try to organize before that some of the international, national events at large, some of the countries that recently we have conducted the events. So that shows the presence and strength of society. When we have started, we have the founder members of 7 or 10 members of the society. But after completion of 11 years, I'm very happy. I'm glad to see we have a membership base of more than 3,500 life members across the country. We have a strong connect and strong presence of the society in over more than 13 states. We have complete state branches in these 13 states of India. We have many associates from overseas as well. One of the very close associates is already witnessing this event, Dr. Paul from NUS, National University of Singapore, one of the top-notch university globally, one of the recognized university. We have good collaboration with University of Toronto, University of Ottawa. So these people, they have supported us. They have motivated us that nothing is impossible. We have to just take the chance. We have to be taking a dare to get an initiative. It would not be possible in a day, in a day or two. It could have taken years. It could have taken many years. Like it has been 10 years now. Now we are able to get some of the quality publications, quality speakers, events, collaborations, and so. And we don't want to stop here. Our next endeavor, if I talk about from the society per se, that after the 10 years of the society, now we are entering into the 11th year, or rather I can say already we have entered into the 11th year. So now our motive is to get aligned with the industry, to cater the need of their industry people as well. Because many times when I have attended the events, the conferences, we have observed, we have witnessed that there is something that needs to be changed in terms of academic endeavors, in terms of the academic information or the syllabus that we are catering into the pharmaceutical education institution across the country. So they need to be very thorough, very robust, so that the person who will be getting the degree, either the B Pharm or masters from the any approved institution from India, they are at par with the industry standards as well, so that industry would be able to get them very readily. They will be able to offer a handsome salary pack, because if we are able to deliver the quality candidates, those are, I can say, industry ready candidates, so that industry will need not to spend their time or money to train them. They can directly give a basic training to the students, and then they can start working with the industry. So that is not a very easy task. So we try to establish a institution with the name and style SPER, Institute of Innovative Learning, SPER-IIL, where we are in consultation with the industry personnel, some of the very senior people from the industry. We have already invited, we have empaneled them as a part and parcel of the society and that particular institute as well, where we are going to offer some of the certificate courses. And those certificate courses would not be just in traditional courses. We have to integrate, we have to customize these courses so that they would be at par with the standards of the industry and as per their requirement as well. There could be some of the courses for the pharmacovigilance. Some of the courses could be related with the artificial intelligence as well. There could be some of the market intelligence or market research as well. So we are in principle agree with the industry people. We have taken some of the collaboration. We have signed some of the MOU from the industry people that we need to understand what content we have to deliver to them. And that would be the content what industry basically looking for the pharma candidates, because just getting the degree would not be sufficient unless we are not able to train the candidate. We are not able to get the skilled candidate. So now, as moving ahead, the motive of society is to train the community. And once we are talking about the community, we are more focused towards our young brigade, because that would be our responsibility as well, our contribution for nation building, that if we are at least we should try to build up the new generation. And we will be able to offer certain courses under the umbrella of or under the aegis of SPER, so that these students will be able to take care for the syllabus. They will be benefited from different courses that would be required as per the industry needs, and then there would be more chances of employability as well. So ultimately, that is also an issue. So being in society, we have to see the endeavors in the research and scientific community, and at the same time, we have to have a hands-on with the community building, society building as well. So that way, from this forum, this is the very first time I am announcing that yes, we are going to launch the certificate courses under the aegis of SPER, and that information within a span of 1 or 2 months, that would be available with a full-fledged information courses, their content and everything. We are going to invite the experts from industry to deliver the talk on the relevant topics on the subject concern, so that students should get a chance to interact with them. And virtual mode has shown us a new path. It has shown us a path that, yes, we have to get the transformation. We have to think for the research. We have to think for the academic endeavors. And whenever I'm saying the research education, I mean to say the highest level of academic and research endeavors. There should not be no compromise. No condition can be beyond the substandard or below standard level. So I wanted to share with all of you that yes, we are going to initiate these courses, and I love to see the candidates registering for the conference for the betterment of their own profile, for the betterment of the pharma industry as well. Because it's not just the situation that they are going to get the job or they will be benefited. That would be a case where industry is also going to benefit out of them. If industry is going to get the industry ready candidates, initially they can involve them with the routine job and job aspects or job responsibilities as well. So we have to serve as a bridge between the academia and the industry as a society, so that we will be able to cater the need of the hour as well, because that is also very much required. Indeed, it is one of the most important aspects in front of all the students watching this live telecast of SPER-SPRINGER conference, because they have to understand what exactly they are going to get after completing their degree. So we have to be responsible. We cannot close our eyes that as a society, we are just organizing the event. This is not the motive. Nowhere this is the motive of the society. Our motive from the day one was very clear. Whatever the endeavors we are doing, that has to have some outcome. Whatever the work we are doing, that need to be outcome based, so that we will be able to cater the need. It should not be just this conference if we are organizing. So yes, we have a good discussion that how we are going to get the outcome of this conference. There could be further collaboration between the society as well as the industry, and along with the Springer nature, so that the synergy should be maintained, synergy should be intact. So by these words, I wanted to sum up my talk, and at the same time, on behalf of Society of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, I'm indeed very thankful to all the speakers, all the office bearers, all the esteemed guests who have witnessed, who have delivered their critical insights, thought processes. And at the same time, I would like to thank Springer Nature, the competent authorities, the management of Springer Nature, for making it possible to collaborate with the society and bringing out such a learned, wonderful event as SPER-SPRINGER Con 2020. And definitely after my talk, we are immediately going to start with the panel discussion, and what we can expect. A panel discussion having Dr. Saranjit Singh, Dr. V. Mishra, Dr. Paul, and one of the eminent person, Dr. Naren Agarwal from Springer Nature himself. So these are going to share their critical insights over the concerned topic, and then we'll be having a workshop that would be taken care by the Springer Nature people. All editors are very learned. Few of them are very close friend of mine as well. So I'm very sure that we are going to have a thought-provoking session, either in terms of the panel discussion or the book publishing or book-related workshop as well. And what else? The concluding remarks from Professor Dr. Prakasham Reddy Sethi. He is the Chief Scientist, CSIR IICT Hyderabad, one of the veteran research scientists in India with the CSIR lab associated. So with his words, we are going to conclude the session. So I am very sure whatever the endeavors, the 2 hours that we have given, that was very knowledgeful. Each one of us benefited out of it. And rest of the 6 or 7 hours that we are going to conduct with this particular conference, that would be a rocking session. So thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to interact with you people, for sharing my thoughts with you people. Thank you so much. Indeed, it was a great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Upendra. It was wonderful listening to you. I think your talk motivated the thousands of participants who are registered for our conference today. I'm sure a lot of students are now motivated to take up research and publishing more seriously. And also thanks for highlighting the role of learned societies in publishing, in research collaboration, etc. And it was great to hear about the endeavors of SPER. So as Dr. Upendra already mentioned, we would now start the panel discussion. We have with us four highly distinguished panelists. We have Professor Saranjeet Singh, Professor and Head from NIPER Mohali. We have Professor B. Mishra, former Head IIT BHU. We have Dr. Paul Won from National University of Singapore, and we have Dr. Naren Agarwal, Editorial Director from Springer Nature. So I'll just brief you about how we'll go through this panel discussion. So we have 5 questions in total, and I'm going to pose each question to the panelists, and they'll have about 3 to 5 minutes to answer each of these questions. We would really like to know from them, the importance of scholarly books in advancing discovery, especially since this is a pharmaceutical society. We would like to know about the role of books in pharmaceutical research and education. So should we begin with the session? I'll just project the question on the screen. I hope everybody can see the question. Yeah. So the first question is, how are books currently used in higher education and research? Have you seen an evolution in the kind of teaching material that you have been using over the years? And are you also actively using online resources to support classroom teaching and lab experiments? So I will now ask Professor Singh to give his take on this. Sir, you're muted. You're muted. You can see the unmute button. There's an unmute button at the center bottom of the screen. I think Dr. Singh is facing some trouble.
Maybe you can.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you can listen to me now.
Yes, Dr. Saran.
Okay. Madhurima, can you repeat the question, because I was involved in.
Sure. So the question is, how are books currently used in higher education and research? Also, have you seen an evolution in the kind of teaching material that you've been using over the years? And are you using any sort of online resources to support classroom teaching and laboratory experiments?
Okay. The basic issue is, let me tell you that I think voice is clear.
Sir, I think you're online through 2 devices. You'll have to switch one of them off.
Okay, now it's okay?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So somehow I have to use my mobile at this moment. And now see, we have been in higher education all through. Myself, I started my career of teaching career in Punjab University, Chandigarh at UITS, from where Professor Bhu belongs. And then I moved to NIPER in 1994, and yesterday I completed 26 years in NIPER.
Congratulations.
I initially started with undergraduate teaching and shifted to purely postgraduate teaching, and NIPER being a postgraduate institute. And let me tell you that initially when I was myself as a student, and as Dr. N.K. Jain mentioned about the availability of Morrison and Boyd, and similar was the case that in 1974, a lot of books were available by that time. He was talking of 60s. I am talking of 70s when I joined. And books are available. And we had all the books from classical authorities, classical books from authorities in the world, whether it was Physical Pharmacy by Martin or all other books, Silverstein and all other books. Then, of course, when I got into my PhD, apart from looking into the journals, wherever I had some problem of understanding, I used to move to books. And I used to sit on the floor in the library and search for book which will give me explanation, very soft explanation to something which was very difficult to understand in the classical textbooks. And then slowly when I moved to NIPER, I can really vouch over there that we built up a national library, excellent library. And we were the people who really went into doing that. And we had a huge collection of books on pharma and allied subjects, which we wanted to cater for whole of the country. And a lot of people have been visiting our library to consult those books and journals. Slowly, what has happened with the online access to science and scientific literature, our visit as a faculty members, I tell you now at this moment, our visit to library has almost equal to nil situation. That we are hardly going to library because everything is available on our, means you can say desktop or the laptop or even the mobiles. Information is available. Slowly, I was trying to prepare notes from books or otherwise for my institutional teaching. Then I realized that it is more important for me to give conceptual teaching against bookish teaching. So I slowly moved out. And now I tell you very frankly, I'm not using any books in teaching. Of course, I will tell my students to consult a particular book for which I can find a good reference. And slowly we have moved away from books and being more embedded into research ourselves. We'll look more into the journal and latest publications which are available online through contents or otherwise as a full text that we look into. So books, I practically tell you, other than the publications where I have contributed book chapters, I have no other books in my room. Sorry to say that. I don't depend upon books. But I'll come to later if you ask me a question. My experience is Springer Nature that I have edited one book for Springer Nature, and which has shown something around 10,000 downloads, which I am very proud of it. So we'll come to that later. Of course, in higher education at this moment, we have the syllabus being drafted by our regulatory body, Pharmacy Council of India. And a lot of books are coming from Indian teachers in the universities or the colleges. They are publishing heavily. And the quality has already been addressed by Dr. Y.K. Gupta very rightly, that it is more of a plagiarized type of things that are coming. I'm happy if Springer Nature comes in a big way in India to plan out for textbooks. So at this moment, for higher education purpose, so at moment I will stop here and let us listen to others. Thank you.
So thank you for your comments, Professor Singh. May I now ask Professor Mishra to answer the same question?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I am audible? I hope so. Okay. So very good afternoon to everybody. And brief about me that I am located at Department of Pharmaceutical Engineering and Technology, IIT BHU, Banaras Hindu University, which is, created by the great visionary Bharat Ratna Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya ji. And I feel proud to tell you that we are only the pharmaceutical education center which is a part of IIT system in India. And incidentally, we had been the first college of pharmacy in India, started in 1932 by Professor M.L. Shroff ji. And that way, we are able to contribute to the country and to the society and also to the world level in the field of the pharmaceutical sciences. I will restrict myself to the question which you have posed. There are 3 questions posed by you. And the one is that how currently we are using the books in the academics and the research. I fully agree with Professor Saranjit Singh ji that if you ask me, because I am also the senior most person in the department having 37 years of the teaching experience. And if you ask me that do I use book now, I will say no. Because now we have gained so much of the experience that when we are in the classroom, it is our experience which speaks like a book. If I am talking about myself, I consult books because we consulted book earlier, and now with our experience of research and the academics combined together, we are able to talk to the students many things which is needed according to the need of today's requirement in the field of the either it is a research and development or the pharmaceutical manufacturing or drug discovery or anything. So therefore, yes, we are using less books nowadays. Our library, as far as having the hard copies of the books are also the same, which was 5 years before, is increasing with very less numbers. Of course, e-books are getting increased. And as far as the research is concerned, mostly the people are consulting the journals, articles, and for conceptual purpose, of course, they might be considering, as far as the younger faculty is concerned, some of the books they might be consulting. So this is the scenario as far as using the books in the academics and the research. Then also, I think you talked about the second question. If I remember, it was something related with the teaching tools which you are using in the academics teaching. And there is a quite conflict is there in this part. If somebody says that I use PowerPoint presentation, all kinds of online resources, forget about today's, because this is the only option available today in the COVID era, that we can take only classes online. But if you are in the classroom, there is one set of people who still say, like if I talk about my previous director, Professor Sangal, he was very fond of saying that you please engage your classes with the white board or the blackboard and chalk, because there you get connected directly at that particular time by drawing the figures, equations and everything to the students, and you can explain the things very nicely and it goes to the mind of the student. And also a student gets a lot of time to understand all those things which you want to tell them. So that is the one way of understanding, how the people understand that which one is good. As far as the PowerPoint presentation is concerned, I am also not in very much favor of this, because while teaching with the PowerPoint presentations, the seriousness is a little reduced, as I feel, in the minds of the teacher also, and also in the mind of the student, because you have to remain little bit in the dark area as far as the classroom is concerned, in order to have the good visibility for the PowerPoint presentations. So you cannot see what the students are doing. And also, as a teacher, I don't know how much a really teacher is getting prepared for the class, because he's already having ready-made material. So therefore, that kind of teaching, is not very much encouraged from many person's point of view. But as I said, that it is in individual perspectives, and that may vary from person to person. And third, that how much online resources we are using in the teaching and the academics. I think this can also be answered whatever I have just told you before. So I think within 3 to 4 minutes, this is enough to answer all your questions. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Dr. Mishra, for your inputs. I think I'll just put in one point here, that you said that you're not relying too much on textbooks these days, because like professors like you who have had so many years of teaching experience have do not really need textbooks, because you have immense knowledge. I would like to add here that we really need people like you to be writing textbooks, because those would be the ones that would be really relevant for students to read. And on that note, I would pass on the question to Dr. Paul from National University of Singapore.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon to everyone, or your morning. I think Dr. Singh and Dr. Mishra has more or less covered all the good points, but I'm left to cover some of the scripts. But when you teach, there is a bit difference today and say 10, 20 years ago because of the changes in the academic environment. I think one of the very big change today is at least in Singapore, is the power of the students. Because students now assess teaching. And that teaching factor is also another very big. You are being assessed, and that becomes a implication to how you teach. If you were to be a bit tough on the student, they will assess you very badly. So you have to play to the gallery to some extent to get good scores. Now, this also means that often teachers will teach less than what is normally done. I think, let's say 20 years ago, what I teach per hour is maybe 3 times more than what I teach today. Because our students today will not want to get a burden of self-learning. Basically, they want a lecture to be self-contained. They do not want to read up further. So I think to encourage students to say check on their textbook, you will fail totally because they want you to deliver the content in the lecture. Okay, that's one part. So I think gone are the days when we teach them general point and expect students to look up on their own, to read textbook, to supplement that knowledge. I think it's getting difficult because of the way education has been going. Now, the other aspect is also nowadays all our lectures are webcasts, even the normal time. So students do not need to be present. Okay, of course now with COVID is totally Zoom or by webcast or by some non face-to-face medium. So I think there is also a lot of change. I think the third factor is that I think the educational system have now been so optimized to way that, especially in the undergraduate, that there's always this talk about teach less, learn more. I do not know what is that concept actually. I cannot, as academic, I do not know how to teach less for the student to learn more. But anyway, a lot of subject matter time, practical matter time has been reduced over time. So what I would say that, say 20 years ago, the content that you have to teach is much more reduced now. So I think there is a lot of challenges to deliver the knowledge. But also on the flip side, the government or the university thinks that the knowledge the student get during the undergraduate days may not be useful to when they are in their working environment. So you try to teach them how to think rather than teach them the knowledge content. So I think there is that factor that needs to be. So when you teach them how to fish rather than trying to teach them to land a fish. In other words, that's the way I think education has been moving. So they try to actually make the education a bit more generic rather than more specialist. But okay, for postgraduate, tend to be a bit different because I teach in pharmaceutical technology, and a lot of my postgraduate students are working in the pharma industry. So it has to be very concise, very product orientated, or very industry orientated. And I think you need to have very deep knowledge content to teach those areas. So these students, I think the books are much more useful, and I do uh, encourage them, and they do read up the books. But the cohort is small comparatively. But I do see that textbooks are very useful. But unfortunately, as what is mentioned, to get a good textbook today is difficult to find. I think to a certain extent there's a explosion of books, and the quality is much to be desired. Even the so-called textbook that I use, because when I read them, at least in the area where I am knowledgeable, I find that it is really lacking in the depth that I would think the content could have been improved. But nevertheless, we also do not know how the books are pitched. They are pitched for undergraduate or postgraduate. I think there is a bit of difference. I do get involved in some book chapters, but I find that writing books is a is something I do not do as often I would, because I tend to focus on writing journal papers, which is already taking a lot of time, which is to me, I think it is more important, actually, at least this stage of my life. But I think the other aspect is that I think the publishers, when you accept authors to write a book, you have to ensure that they have the background for it, rather than just anybody who can write a book. I think it is not very helpful in that case. And of course, the last part is that even reviews, and this is where I think a lot of journal reviews are very bad or very not well written. I think reviews should be written by people with expert content. As I remember, I wrote a review for J-Pharm Science. The first thing the editor asked me is that, can you prove that you have knowledge in that area where you want to write? And I have to sort of justify why I can write that review before they accept. Of course, it became one of the hot top 10 cited for J-Pharm Science. But nevertheless, I think it is important to make sure that people who write books and write reviews are people with the knowledge content rather than just some ad hoc person. I think with that, I will pass on to you. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, Dr. Paul. That was actually very insightful. I really liked the point that you made about the power of students in teaching and how they are also assessing the kind of content that's coming through, what they are learning, because of course tomorrow they are the one who would be at the forefront. Also, another point which is coming up again and again during the talks today is the quality of books and how a person who has been in the field for a certain period of time, has gathered a certain amount of knowledge, is the right person to be writing textbooks especially. And we are very stringent about this. At Springer we don't do a lot of textbooks, but the ones that we do are really ones with the topmost quality. And with this, I would like to pose the question to Dr. Naren Agarwal, and he will talk about his experience as a publisher, as far as the teaching material evolution is concerned over the years.
Thank you, Madhurima. This is an interesting question, and always not an easy one to answer. And there can be several perspectives to it. And the views from Dr. Bhupinder, Dr. Sanjeet, and Dr. Paul, they were very nice insights that you have provided to us, and something we are going to, take note of, consider them very carefully, that how, in your opinion, uh, the textbooks are being used, or how students are using these books, and how faculty members are looking at textbooks. I would be sharing a bit of my perspective, or the publisher's perspective on it. Uh, First of all, what I would like to say is that whenever we visit the academicians, whenever we visit institutes, go to libraries, we see books around us. Every faculty member we have been to, they always have books in their rooms. every library still stores a lot of books. And the fact that we are publishing 10,000 new books every year is a very strong evidence to suggest that there is a need for books in the market. There is a need for books in the academia. There is a need for books at institutes. Students are using them, faculty members are using them, teachers are using them. At the same time, we have seen a shift that what is the perception around these books and how these books are being used, whether these books help you in learning the fundamentals or they increase your conceptual understanding of the subject, or are you using these books for your research purposes. So it also depends on what purpose this book is going to serve. I would kind of like to look at it from two aspects: how students in higher education are using books, and how teachers are expecting the students to use these books, and how much these teachers are using books in their day-to-day teaching. I would fully agree with you that seasoned teachers, faculty members, they are themselves are a storehouse of information and knowledge, and over years they know what exactly the students would like to learn during the classroom teaching. And they may not be depending so much on the books, but at the same time they know that for the students to have the basic understanding of the concepts or have fundamental learning, what kind of books do they need to refer to. There is still a strong market. The majority of the major international publishers are still very strong publishers, publishing in practically every field. The switch or the shift we are seeing is books are not the only source now other than journals for learning. Journals are for only original research and review articles, and books teach you secondary level information that is well established, digested, and can be presented as a concept established fact to the students. But with books, we also now have a variety of e-resources that are available to the students. It is available on their phones, it is available on their tablets, and we have also seen the concept of MOOCs coming up, mostly online open courses that are available. And also we see that there is a lot of interest students show in audiovisual style of learning. These kind of learning tools or learning resources are also becoming very popular. Students nowadays want everything quick. If I were to, I speak to students all the time and I ask them that what do you want in a book? They want to learn a small concept within 10, 15, 20 minutes, half an hour. They don't want to read, long chapters. They are focusing on shorter chapters that explains one critical problem in a very nice manner, also supported with maybe pictures or a video or an audio visual component. So their requirements are changing. Books, in our opinion, continue to be integral to learning. Books continue to be important for even teachers, but at the same time, there is a major shift happening that what more a book should do and what other resources or other different types of information should be made available around a book. So you can maybe now you are looking at that even a book has to be primarily in the e mode, where you can attach a whole lot of additional information to a book. You have to give a more enriched experience to the students. You cannot merely depend on a textbook as a textual resource that you're holding in your hands and just reading it and hope that you will be able to have a very good learning experience. So you have to provide a whole lot of information in many different ways to the students. And I think that is where the teachers fit in, play a very integral role, that how they are going to help the students to learn better using more resources for their educational needs. That is where I think that the teachers play a very, very crucial role in helping their students in learning better. This is what I would like to say from the publisher's perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Naren, for the very insightful points you made. And I think this again reinforces why we need to have these constant dialogues between the academia and the publishing industry to know what their concerns are and how we are addressing those. With this, I would like to move to our next question. Let me project that on the screen again. Okay, so a quick question. I don't know how easy it is to put down in 3 points, but what are the author expectations? What would be your expectations as an author, the top 3 expectations from a global publisher of scholarly books? This question I will probably like to pose to Dr. Paul first.
Okay. I as I as I mentioned, I don't write many books. So for journal articles, yes, I could be. But nevertheless, I would have felt that, first of all, if you have a book, it has to be written by an expert in the area or the research domain. I normally would not want to read a book by a person who is not actually actively in that particular area of work. Okay, I think that is very, very important. The second aspect about it is that maybe the book has to be comprehensive, because usually especially students, they depend a lot of their knowledge on a particular book if they get to that book. And but some books don't cover, or they cover certain area, but they are not comprehensive enough, so that the students sometimes miss some points when they read. They depend too much on a book to get their knowledge. And the third thing is cost. I think very often student, I mean in Singapore even, if the book is expensive, or they will not be very willing to purchase. Some books can cost to $500 to $1,000. I mean, it's out of reach to many individuals. So I think if the cost is, say, maybe a few tens or $100, I think it's doable. Or ebook, or maybe to break the book into chapters that people can sort of purchase that chapter. Or of course, the library has it. But I also noticed that in the graduate student community, they are very able to get ebooks on their own. I don't know where they get from. They are very, very good at getting ebooks. And I was in Israel once, and I think the Russians are very good at getting ebooks. So I think that's also another problem. Yeah, I mean, just give you an example. Mary Trump wrote the book. Within a week, I got the ebook sent to me. So I think for a publisher, I feel bad, because we are academic, we writing for the effort we put in. But when the ebooks come out, they can be very, very quickly circulated around the world. And it's amazing how connected the world is. We have now a global village. So I think this is also a concern, where I think as a publisher, I think this is of course a concern. But I think for me, I think it's the cost, or the cost of access. Because I think for an Indian student, if it's exorbitant for them, then I think there is no way they are going to get to access to knowledge. Of course, the open access is a great thing, but somebody got to pay for it. Maybe you can write books with advertisement or something like that. Every time that will pay for it, or something like that. Okay, I think that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paul, for the important points that you made. And yes, piracy is something which we are grappling with. On that note, I would like to pass on this question to Professor Mishra. What are your top expectations from a book publisher? Sir, I think you're muted.
Is it okay now? Yeah, is it okay? Fine, sorry. So the issue is that the expectations from global publisher perspective, And I think I personally also believe there is a lot of responsibilities lies on your soldier in terms of as already endorsed by Professor Paul, and I have fully endorsed it, the quality of book has gone very, very down. And I will cite certain examples why I am saying like this. I cannot say like this. I have to cite certain examples for that. So if you are as a publisher approaching someone to write the book, and many persons will be available to write the book. I incidentally also have not written like Professor Paul any book, but we have written 14 chapters. We have written many research and review articles that is in more than 250. That is different. We are more engaged with the research and academic activities. But book I have not written. I have written only 2 small books with my students only for the lab purpose and other things. And why I should write, there's no doubt about it, because the question which I am going to raise, that what kind of information should be there in any book, it depends on whether the book is being written for the purpose of academic teaching to the students. That should be having a different taste and flavor, and a book which has to be for the taste and flavor or upliftment of the knowledge of the researcher, that should be certainly be having some other area of knowledge in that particular book. So if I consider, let me first on the textbooks for the students, because ultimately these are the books which are more sold and it is going to be largely consumed by the people in terms of uplifting their knowledge, conceptual based knowledge. A author has to be first a reader. I mean, a author has to first become a reader. That if he has a reader of that book, and if he has so many questions in his mind, whether he is able, and what are the things, what are the answers which are going to put into that book so that he can answer all those questions. So therefore, for example, if I take the topic of this panel discussion, that is role of scholarly books in advancing drug discovery or in advancing discovery, if one has to write the chapter on a book on this particular topic, let us say, so what he or she is going to do, I mean, he may take the drug from the natural or the synthetic sources, and then he or she has to talk about the different physicochemical properties of the newly discovered drug and what the people are doing today as far as the researcher is concerned. And then after doing all those physicochemical properties, structural elucidation and everything, that will include, of course, solubility, melting point, crystallographic structure, basis classification, formulation development possibilities, etc. and etc. When they go for, let us say, bioavailability or the pharmacokinetic or pharmacodynamic estimation of these drugs or the pharmacological screenings, if I simply ask a question as an author and as a reader, first as a reader, that what would be the rate and extent of absorption of this newly discovered drug? So what data I am going to get out of the experiment, that is different thing. But first thing is how to make in the mind of reader very clear that how to measure the rate and extent of absorption of a drug molecule. Whether it is a pure drug molecule and when the same drug molecules are put into the different formulations, their rate and extent of absorption might change. And then next question comes, which are the parameters which can make you aware about the understanding of the rate and extent of absorption? Many of the author and the reader will simply say, and this I am saying on the basis of my experience with the students, they will say simply that, sir, Cmax, Tmax, and AUC, these are the parameters which will give the rate and extent of absorption. Then you be specific and ask that which one is measuring rate and which one is extent of absorption. Probably they will be confused. And even if you ask that, let us say somebody is saying Tmax is giving rate of absorption, I will say Tmax unit is hour or minute or second. So how simply, if you are having a Tmax of data of 6 hours or 4 hours or 2 hours or 15 minutes, how this time is going to give the rate of absorption? So therefore in that book, as an author, if I have to understand which parameters give the rate of absorption exact understanding, it's not Cmax, Tmax, and AUC is the only thing which is enough to deal with everything of the rate and extent of absorption. I have to tell that Ka is a parameter, which exactly gives in a quantitative term what is the rate of absorption. F absolute or the relative bioavailability is a term which gives the extent of absorption in actual term. So for example, if I say that K of a drug is, which is discovered as a 0.6 per hour, and K of another drug is 0.06 per hour. So here I can say, yes, the first one is absorbing with 60% per hour rate basis, and the next one is absorbing with a 6% per hour basis, which cannot be spoken about by simply having the Cmax or the Tmax data, because Cmax unit has volume per unit of the volume. Volume amount per unit of the volume, milligram per milliliter. And AUC is having the unit of milligram per milliliter into hour divided by, into time, milligram per milliliter into the time, that is hour. That is also not going to give you the extent of absorption. So until unless I clearly explain that which parameter and how it is going to explain the rate and extent of absorption, it is not going to serve the purpose. But I am very sorry to say that no clear explanation is given in any such books where this can clearly be explained to the readers, and therefore students are always confused. My only question is that why students are confused? Only because the clear understanding of the knowledge which is for which the books are there is not there. Second example I will take with the VD. Apparent volume of distribution is another pharmacokinetic parameter which is very important. This is measured by IV dose divided by the C0. Now, if you see, they will simply say C0 is a fixed zero time blood drug concentration or plasma drug concentration. But why this C0 is used? Nobody asks about, nobody answers about. Where from this C0 has come? The C0 value is maximum, highest. How this at zero time blood concentration can be highest? Nobody says that it is approximately equal to the steady state drug concentration. So explanation is very much needed that what is C0, why C0 is being used here for the calculation, and what is approximately it is estimating in terms of CSS. Next comes its unit, that is liter. Let us say VD of a drug is 2 liter and VD of another drug is 420, I'm sorry, not 2 liter, but 17 liter, and VD of a drug is 420 liter. Nowhere it is explained what is the meaning of this. Nowhere. And where from this liter has come? How will you going to define the actually this liter in terms of the distribution coefficient or the distribution part of the drug? So therefore, this represents the whole body volume, where the total body volume as far as the liquid part is concerned, total body water is 42 liter. So why for one drug it is coming more than 42 liter VD? So all these clarification or understanding estimations are very, explanation is very, very needed, and that can be given only by a well thorough knowledge having person in that particular area. Because until unless you get all those things, I don't think that book is going to be of any use for the understanding of the readers. And I am again emphatically saying that this is on my personal experience with my students in last 30 years, 37 years, that I am sorry to say that when I ask all these questions to the students every year, I do not get the answer from them. And then I have to explain, and then again, I'm sorry to say that these are the things are not available into the book from where actually they can study, and then they can actually give the actual meaning. And then there has to be direct correlationship mentioning of this volume of distribution with the clinical significance of the drug. Ultimately, what is the significance of these parameters? That is very important. Everybody is working nowadays on, targeting of drugs to the nanopharmaceuticals in the cancer therapy, or let us say targeting of drug to the cancer cells or the tumor sites. Even if you talk about the brain tumor sites, that's fine. There are many books are flooded now, e-books as well as even hardbound books written by different authors at different chapters. Of course, we have also written certain chapters into that. But if I understand again as a reader, I would like to understand that what is the formulation, how this formulation was made, nano formulation, The drug is present where, whether on the surface of nanoparticle, whether it is matrix or whether it is encapsulated inside. Then what is the mechanism by which this drug is, or this formulation, nano formulation is going to be targeted to the target site, that may be the cancer site. And then, you know, people will just leave there. The nano formulation has reached to the cancer site or the target site. But after reaching there, what is the mechanism of drug delivery? People don't talk about. They will take the formulation to the target site, that's fine. So normal cells are not going to be exposed with the drug, that is also fine. Toxicity may be reduced, that's fine. Your cost of the product may be reduced, that's fine. But ultimately, after reaching the target, what is the mechanism by which drug is getting delivered at a site? There is people are silent on that aspect. If there is avoidance of first pass metabolism, so what is the mechanism by which it is happening? People don't talk. If you are talking about the avoidance of first pass metabolism of any drug by either a formulation or by a different route of administration, yes, you speak clearly in the book that how it is happening, what is the mechanism, and how you are going to reduce the dose, toxicity, and cost of the product. Everything should be linked together and that should be mentioned. So these, I mean, there are plenty of examples I do have. By explaining those examples, I can really tell that the books which are available into the market are having very, very shortcomings, and that's why the level of knowledge which the young people they are having today is not up to the desired level. And that is something which is very, very serious to be looked upon. And responsibilities, I personally also feel, goes in the shoulders of the publisher, not only to get the books written by some even, let us say, renowned person or the learned person, but also it should be reviewed by a very senior person, or let us say very learned person, knowledgeable person. And I think you should not feel shy in having paying them in order to enhance the quality of the book. Ultimately, what is our goal? The goal of writing book is to provide the complete knowledge to the students or to the society or to whosoever the consumer or reader is. You know, incomplete knowledge is very, very dangerous than not having knowledge. If I am not having knowledge, I am fine enough. हम अनपढ़ हैं तो बहुत खुश हैं, no problem. मैं बहुत खुश हूँ, मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, मेरे पास तो कोई सोचने का ही नहीं है. But if I am claiming to be knowledgeable and at the same time I am having incomplete knowledge, that is very, very dangerous. That is actually harming the society. In today's COVID-19 era, everybody is trying to become the expert of the COVID-19. But see the situation. What is the fact? The fact is today, the whole science is, blank today. Still today we are blank as far as the treatment of COVID-19 is concerned. So there is something which need to be looked upon very seriously, and we have to hunt on the quality writing of the books, quality people, quality reviewers, so that if through that book knowledge is going to the readers, it should be a complete knowledge, not an incomplete dangerous knowledge. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Mishra, for the points you raised, which again boils down to a person having a certain level of expertise to be writing a book. Another important point you made was, of course, authors being readers themselves, because unless you're a reader, you've read the books, you've seen, pointed these loopholes, and therefore you passed on this knowledge to us. And I'm sure a lot of people listening to us today who are also potential authors will benefit from this answer of yours, and they'll keep in mind these points when they are venturing into their own books. So I would now ask the same question to Professor Saranjeet Singh. What are your top expectations from a book publisher?
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Very happy to listen Dr. Paul and Dr. Mishra detailing the necessity for what I will say the expert involvement as an author for any book. I tell you the brief story about one book I have written for Springer Protocols that was on methods for stability testing of pharmaceuticals. the initial invitation came to one of my student, Dr. Sanjay Bajaj, who has his own event management company. And he had written one of the papers on stability testing in some journal. Looking into that, maybe the editorial team of Springer had selected him to write a book based on, if you want something on stability testing, you search out. So his paper must have come on the top, and he got the invitation. So he came running to me, sir, you have spent so much of your life in the area of stability testing, so why don't you join hands? Now, believe me, till that date, I have never ventured to write any book. For the reason I tell you why. Am I able to take out that time of writing a book or editing a book from my routine activities of research and teaching? When I tell you, sometimes we face a trauma of writing a research paper with such a bad language and English language, which students put in their manuscript when they prepare at even at the PhD level, that there have been instances where we have prepared 23 drafts before it was finally communicated to journal, good journal. 23 drafts. It is not a joke. And how much time it goes of the academician putting those corrections in every draft, because student has that until unless we hire an agency, which we in India don't do. We don't have money for hiring an agency to correct our grammar and writing in the paper. So I didn't venture into writing a book, knowing that it will be a very slow process. Maybe it will take me 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, taking out a brief time. Slowly, if I have to compile. If it is an authored book, it would have been a very, very tough. But because it's an edited book, I said, okay, fine. If you are ready to give me all the help, I will venture out to give you technical expertise. So I told him, this is a list of the probable authors within the edited book. Why don't you, these are the best experts in the world whom I know, I am interactive personally with them. Why don't you invite them? So he did all that work, which will say bench work, to correspond with all the experts. Of course, I had to intervene through WhatsApp and other things. I messaged that you please accept it, because I knew they are the best people. Now the book was, what was the purpose of that book? It was on methods, because it was Springer protocols. We have to give methodology for anybody if we want to learn ABC in stability testing, and whether a young person in industry, in academia wants to know how to carry out stability testing, which was being emphasized by Dr. Mishra vehemently, that you have to go deep into that. So we searched out the best people working in industry, people working in academia, who had rich experience. We got them agreed to writing the chapters, and that way we were able to compile the book. When we received the chapters, let me tell you an interesting story about it. They could have been passed into the book like that as they were received. But believe me, I worked hard on every chapter, reading every sentence of it. Dr. Mishra is very right. A person with a 40 years of experience in academia in a field, when he will look into a chapter, can you believe that the people from Novartis, they have written a contributed chapter, and I was correcting their not only the language, but I was correcting their technical input, what they have provided in the book, that no, this should not be like this, this should be like this. And they agreed. And it was with every chapter that I had to intervene technically. So it's a time-consuming activity. We want to bring a high-quality book as an author. The main issue is time that you can devote to this. Okay, now comes the second part of it. This book, I can see today also, if you look into this book and you can go to your website, Springer website, and you'll find that it is 10,000 downloads, whether it's a full book or it's a chapters wise. Now, 10,000 download, I can understand, because a large number of industry, large number of libraries which encourage downloads these days and buy the books, whatever way, Every library has to buy a book. They have a budget for buying the books. They will buy the book. My issue is, what is the status of book with the user who have to really implement and learn about stability testing? It has to be a Bible in front of him. Bible is distributed free of cost, and your book, your hard copy book, is at this moment, I just checked, it is 124.79 euro. Can you believe that any of my student can spend that much of money? And your ebook is 71.68 euro. Each chapter is 41.55 euro. Let us be practical. If you want something and spread culture of reading books, they should be reasonably priced. At least I can talk of India. In Singapore, they may be giving rich money to people. There is a more rich country. I don't know, the students may be rich. But in India, we have so many large number of undergraduate and postgraduate students. We have such a large number of institutions now in private sector. If we want that and order my book, which I have made an effort, I have spent some part of my life into it, it should go into the hands of every user, every reader. And they should be able to make use of it to change their level of understanding and skill. I am a lone person. I can teach my students best. I have those chapters with me because I'm given a complimentary copy. But what about the rest of the total country? Do they have access? One, and I tell you, now today's student, let me be very frank with you, 80%, 90% of the students I see, they are going to library or they're being lovebirds, sitting down in the library and talking to each other in private. They are taking that comfort of a private environment or a personal environment in the library when nobody else is visiting so easily. I tell you, that is a fact I'm seeing I've seen in Punjab University Library. Most of the people end up in library doing that. In our Naipur library, also I've seen people sitting down in two couples sitting down in a corner and just talking, and because they will not be seen outside like that. I tell you, that's a fact that will win the students. And now, if the student has to do study and they have to fulfill assignments, it will be in their room, hostel room at night when they have to do the assignments. They need that material, and libraries close at that time. They want to really have things at their comfort today. Question is, with this high cost, whether we can afford make the affordability to the large number of students which India is producing and bring the quality up. That is another aspect of it. Third is, I think Dr. N.K. Jain and Dr. Mishra also talked about the compensation to the others from the companies. Now, Springer Nature, as was told that it is 1800, since that it is working, now 10,000 employees, I can understand what is the total infrastructure they have created for printing, publishing, authors' fees and everything. Now, I tell you what I got. Maybe just $1,000 for being a part editor, part author of that book, editor of that book, $1,000. Now, this money was sent to me from US, Springer US. That money came to me in India after deduction of 15% income tax by US authorities. When I went to my chartered accountant to fulfill my income tax return, that form 16 which had come to me, I am telling you a very factful thing. He said, you cannot fill ITR 1 form, you have to fill ITR 3 form. ITR 3 form where you have a foreign income. And this was rejected by Central Processing Center in Bangalore, that you have to go to local income tax authorities because you have foreign income, you have to give an evidence of your foreign income and deduction in US of 15% tax. When I got this and went to the income tax, local income tax authorities, they said, we never have handled your type of case. I said, you are such a big Naipur institution now, and we are the others. Now, I tell you, today also, my last year's ITR is pending because they are searching how to handle this case. Why can't a Springer Nature come out with Springer Nature India and have a financial means dealing done in India in Indian rupees with the let me pay the tax and be safe with it. Second thing is, I look back, whether my contribution is okay, I could get best chapters, everything is. What is the worth of my contribution, financial contribution to me for as an incentive to write future books and get involved in either as an author or as an editor? I had a colleague, sorry, he is no more, Dr. P.D. Sethi. He used to tell me that he has published so many books and series of books on HPLC, and with no support of computers, but one local Indian publisher, and he gets a royalty of 1 crore of rupees annually from just books. He got into the business after retirement, got into the business of writing books. That was the amount of royalty paid to him. Now, I tell you what, I may not be needing it financially, maybe I may be sound, but if I look into other authors, they may be looking into good incentive for the effort they do as an expert after experience of 40 years. Once they retire and get into the job of writing books, which you, Dr. Mishra, has emphasized to you, that, and Dr. Paul has emphasized to you, that you capture experts with rich experience. How do you compensate to them? You paid me for days of effort, 72,000 rupees exactly, which I have 39,000 rupees of income tax pending, refund is pending out of that. So question is, what is the compensation to me for that? Today I am giving a lecture at 2:30 with a company where I am charging 20,000 rupees per hour. So will you be able to afford Dr. Mishra for the job he's going to do? Now this is a trauma you have to settle. Now what is happening? I got 2 invitations to write book chapters, again from Springer, from somebody who has been chosen as an assistant professor in a private university. He is an assistant professor level person. He writes to me, sir, can you contribute a book chapter which I am compiling? Now, it will be very good CV for him that I am an editor of a Springer Nature book. But if I contribute a chapter, what is the compensation, you tell me? To an author of a chapter, you are selling a chapter at 41.55 euro. What is the compensation to author of a chapter? You have never considered that as a Springer. So my point is, and what is happening? Other thing, let me tell you. In India, because of the royalties paid, every teacher in every college is able to, they have 100 students in B Pharmacy, they come out with a book, they are writing book from the local publisher who promises them some royalty throughout, and they are able to sell 100 copies to students. I am speaking from the book, you also read. That is the way teaching has come out to be in the classroom. When we say scholastic books, they should be reasonable. Now, it is a trauma for you people as publishers. One thing I am asking you to bring down the cost, other side is I am saying the compensation to others. This you have to balance. How do you balance it? But be promoting to the others, to the teachers, academicians. Now, Dr. Mishra might have retired, or I am also retiring in next year. If you want me to get into the book business, you have to give me provocation for that. But this is going to be a situation. Maybe Dr. Mishra has not spoken from his mouth, or Dr. Paul is not speaking from his mouth. But I am very blunt on it, because I am seeing that people, that don't please use our people as a cheap labor. Indians as cheap labor. No, you should not use them. Our assistant professor who are budding, and you put a burden of editing a book and just that adding the CV, it's a plagiarism, I tell you. Again, another way of plagiarism, malpractice, where they have to settle with the student, they have to build up their courses. You are burdening them with putting a book, compiling a book. So these issues, as an author, I have huge expectations, which one book I have only written in life, and that is my experience. I don't know if you want to engage me with my harsh words, whether you want to engage me for future or not. That depends on you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Singh. I wouldn't say that we wouldn't want to engage you with your harsh words. Of course, your expertise is like sarakho par. So, so I would now pass on this question to Dr. Naren Agarwal. I think he'll be able to answer some of your queries coming from, like he'll be able to put down the publisher's perspective to the author expectations that, you put forward.
Well, thank you, Madhurima. Dr. Singh, thank you. Dr. Mishra, thank you for your candid opinions. And this kind of engagement is important to understand the expectations of our authors also. After all, you are the writers of our books. When you write, only then we publish a book. So I would address this, and I will try to address it as quickly as possible into two aspects. One, specific queries that Dr. Singh has raised, and second, that in our opinion, from the publisher's side of things, what have we found out about three top expectations of the authors? So I would first address the second question here. In our surveys or experience or wide interaction with the academia and our authors and editors, what we find is that authors have certain strong reasons to write a book. And the first and foremost important reason for them is that their work should be recognized. They should get the recognition for their expertise worldwide, and then when they're writing a book, they want their book to be available in the global markets. They want their book to be visible. They want their book to be marketed as widely as possible. That is what we have found whenever we speak to our authors, that what are their reasons to write books and what are their expectations when they are partnering with an international publisher like Springer Nature or any other publisher of similar stature or size. Second is, we find that the authors expect that when Springer has state-of-the-art publishing workflows in place, how we can provide them a smooth author experience, authoring the book, how we can deploy technology, how we can deploy tools or people, so that from the time of signing up the contract, how they can have a very smooth experience till the book is published. That is, I believe, is the, or we feel is the second very important reason. And there we really are able to support our authors extremely well, and they can really see the progress of their book, how the manuscript is being gathered, how it is going to typeset, and each and every stage they can really find out the journey of their entire book. Third is that although it varies from region to region, the cost of the book comes up as a factor that it should be available, and it's a very noble thing, and it's a fair expectation that a book should be available in India at a reasonable price as compared to what it is available outside India or in the developed markets or in the Western side of the world. Publishers try to balance these things out on a case-to-case basis, and depending on the type of the book and the sales opportunities, they take their decision that what can be done. If it is a book only for professional reading or reading for high-end researchers, then the pricing is different. If it is a textbook, then the pricing is accordingly different and always much lower. But this is a factor we always keep in mind and never ignore that what authors expect as far as the cost is concerned. And we try to accommodate as much as possible. Second thing I would like to highlight here is, and Dr. Singh, we have hundreds of authors in India who have published with us. I have been with Springer for last 10 years, and we have offered them global contracts like you also must have received. And I am also coming across this issue for the first time. So there is some gap somewhere that why this income tax thing came up, because we have hundreds of authors in India who are receiving royalties, and in a similar way, the way you have received this royalty. So maybe something is missing, and I'm not sure how it could be fixed. But our authors, they are also doing the same thing as far as the receiving royalties from outside India is concerned. And another thing is regarding the royalties or the payments that we are making to the authors. It is always a good thing to discuss very openly and frankly, and we really thank you for being very candid about it with us. What we offer in India to our authors in India is exactly what we would offer to an author in Singapore or an author in Netherlands or an author in USA. We use same contracts and we use the same royalty models for our authors throughout the world because it is an international book for us. What we publish from India is marketed globally. So it might be lower. It may look like that it is not the right kind of compensation and it can be a point of discussion. But at the same time, we offer very uniform royalties to all our authors, irrespective of the region they are located in. That is what I would like to say. And yes, thank you very much again for your opinions and feedback. This is very important for us and something we will always keep in mind whenever we are engaging with you in future. Thank you. Thank you, Madhurima.
Thank you, Naren. I hope some of the questions of the panelists were answered through your opinion. So now I will move on to the next question, and I am going to pose this one specifically to the researchers here on the panel. So the question is, has COVID-19 impacted the way we research, publish, or read? Has it highlighted loop?
Madhurima, there was a break in voice. Can you really, have you got the printed question to display?
Yes. Yeah, I'll display the question.
Please do that.
Yeah. I hope the question is visible to all.
No.
Not yet.
No.
Not yet.
Now you can speak. It is audible now.
Yeah, now it's audible, Madhu. You can speak. Yeah.
Okay, should I go on? So the question that I want to pose is, has COVID-19 impacted the way we research, publish, or read? So has it highlighted certain
Oh.
I guess Dr. Madhu is facing some network issues, so maybe in a couple of seconds we'll be rejoining.
Sure. And I believe that this session was to end at 1:30. So probably we will have time to take one more question from and we hope that we are able to close this session exactly at 1:30. Saranjit first to comment on this, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Naren. Yes, I will 100% say that the way we had been teaching in the classroom setting with the student opposite to us, and it was a one-to-one interaction or group interaction with the students, and what Dr. Mishra also pointed out, with what we have been taught, and our senior professors always been saying that use whiteboard or blackboard or green board. So we at NIPER were also caught up just when the lockdown was announced, and over within 24 hours we had to announce the student to vacate the hostels and reach the home, so that it was start, and we wish that they should reach home safely, because we in NIPER get students from all over across India from far-flung places. So had they have been local, it would not have been much issues. We would have continued for them to stay in the hostel, but they were from faraway places, and the parents were anxious that they will be at remote place and how they will be catering to this whole situation. So we were faced with the difficulty of completing the midway that we were in the semester system. We were in the midway. We had pushed out all the PhD students and master students because we are a postgraduate institute to their home and respective places. And over the period, we also got accustomed to this whole Zoom. We had never used Zoom earlier. We had never used these Google Meets or something industry had been using for internet meetings, but we have never used them. We have been discussing on WhatsApp and other things, but not these of the portals or anything of which we see now, like Skype and other things. Right. So what we did was we took the help of the students to ask them to set up our Skype accounts. Students are very more efficient on the system these days, computer system or laptops or mobiles. So they did all the thing and we started taking the lectures. The classes were completed, and wherever it was not possible, the student was facing the issue of communication. We even had the videos and transmit the videos to WhatsApp and completed our course. Now the question is whether student have read it or not, because there was no follow-up examination that would conduct. So there was a problem over there. So when you come to that reading part, and yes, what we did was we asked the students to do a lot of literature search and other things. So it was only electronic mode that they could search the literature, no library access and other things and book reference there. And of course, the student are in a big way into piracy, which should not again be said to be the hidden thing. Dr. Paul also has said that you tell them and they will bring the whole paper or whole book next day. They are able to do that within no time. So that was the way the teaching and training has gone. Sorry, research, we only could promote through whatever pharmacoinformatics and the computer-based research we could do it, and we have been able to publish a lot of work on COVID also from the institute, and through our computer-based systems and other things and softwares which are best into the computational part. And fortunately, COVID 3D structure, protein structure, and RNA structure was available, which we could utilize, and some publications have come out. Rest PhD students are longing to come back, but still we are not allowing them because there are a lot of restrictions in entering the state and otherwise. So research is suffering in COVID era, no doubt, except that whatever the departments were pursuing the theoretical research, they have been able to do it and publish nicely. Yes, what we have been doing in the COVID area, as personally me, who is more into the experimental research and the lab work, not theoretical work, yes, lately we had gone to theoretical work, so my students which were into the research semester, they could complete the project which we have given them, what we can say, access of our software to homes. So that could be possible and they could complete their research project when all those who are working in the theoretical field. But what we have done in this COVID-19 era, time period is of the last 3-4 months, that we have tried to come out with a lot of, because we can't engage the students for many hours in a day. It may be maximum 2 to 3 hours in a day. And we had more free time apart from doing household work. So you have to clean utensils, or because the maids are not coming, you have to do all that, whatever you also people are doing, I am also doing, we should not shy on saying that. But yes, we have emphasized more on completing our backlog of research publications.
Sure.
So that had been the activity we got involved. All the students also sitting at home, who were compiling in the data, and what Dr. Vaikar Gupta also said, good data. Students had good data. They used the time to compile it into a manuscript, and now I am loaded with manuscripts at this moment, apart from the interaction sessions I'm holding. So this is the activity which is happening in COVID. Truly, there's no library access. There is no, only online, whatever access student has with the, whatever they get the communication, if they are getting good communication, they are able to download some things which we tell them, otherwise they are unable to do it. So this is the practical situation with me and my students and my institute.
Thank you, Dr. Saranjeet. Very nice comments. We are now left with 10 minutes, and I would be now inviting Dr. Mishra for his quick comments. Sir, may I request you to kind of sum up your thoughts in 2 or 3 minutes so that I can then also invite Dr. Paul to share his ideas. That would be a perspective from Singapore that you would be having. So,
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, please. You want to say something more?
no, that's it. Please. My
Okay,
request
okay.
is only for quick comments, right?
In this COVID area, of course, as most of the things has been said by Dr. Sanjeev Singh, because I am also in educational system, so whatever he said, I fully endorse that. That is also, we are following the same thing. We are going to start our classes of next semester from 10th August. That is, we are a Microsoft team platform we are going to use, and the classes will run full. But again, I will, as a teacher, I will say that, professor, that that impact we are not going to get in the online teaching, what we have to get in the face-to-face teaching. So somehow the quality, I personally feel, is quality of teaching and reception by the student in terms of getting knowledge from the classroom teaching is going to decline in this way. Because I do not know when I am teaching, a person is there, okay, he has joined, he's in the list, but whether he is listening my lecture or what he or she is doing, I don't know. So that kind of things are there. As far as the research is concerned, I am also mostly engaged in the laboratory research. So my students are not allowed at the moment. So they are away. So our research is completely stopped from last 4 months. But we have utilized this time very nicely in terms of, we have come out with a very good high impact factor 2 review article publications, and one is already in the review. I think that will be also accepted, and 2 research articles which were all pending has been made, and that is also, I think, will be accepted because that a revision has come and that will be doing. Rest of the things, it all depends on the individual. If you ask me personally, I don't find time in this COVID era also. Every day I feel short of time. And as educational person, Saran Singh said that we are flooded with many types of the work, but I am a different kind of person. I utilize much of time, 2 to 3 hours in walk, yoga, pranayam, and then of course academic activities are also there in terms of this. And then I also used to sing. I give some time in singing because after all, you have to increase your immunity. And for increasing the immunity, also I have written, I also write certain poem. So if you permit, I don't know, if you permit, I will just say 3-4 lines which I have written. Am I permitted to say that in Hindi?
Yes, please, sir.
Narendra Agrawal will be fine, no issue.
Yes, please go ahead, but with only 4 lines, please.
These 2 lines I have written on my Facebook also, only day before yesterday, because people are, Varanasi also, there is a lot of number of patients are increasing and people also are dying now. The 35,000 more number of people have died in India, so it's a growing concern is there. तो हमने लिखा था फेसबुक पे 2 लाइन, ये वक्त भी गुजर जाएगा, ये वक्त भी गुजर जाएगा, शायद आने वाला कल हमें फिर से इंसान बनाएगा. कुछ तो लोगों में चेंज आ रहा है, बिकॉज पीपुल आर सो अफ्रेड. तो जो सरवाइव कर जाएंगे या बच जाएंगे, शायद उनको समझ में आए कि नाउ वी शुड हैव द ब्रदरहुड फीलिंग और द लव फीलिंग एंड हेल्पिंग द पीपुल ईच अदर. तो उसी के रेफरेंस में मैंने ये लिखा था, ये वक्त भी गुजर जाएगा, शायद आने वाला कल हमें फिर से इंसान बनाएगा. और आज ये वायरस हमारे ब्रीदिंग सिस्टम पे इफेक्ट किया है, इसको अटैक किया है. इसके लिए मैंने 2 साल पहले ही कुछ कविता बना ली थी 4 लाइन की, जो आज के समय में एकदम फिट हो रही है. और जो योग प्राणायाम कर रहा है, द पीपल हु आर डूइंग द योग प्राणायाम, दे आर सेड टू हैव द गुड इम्यूनिटी and they are not going to be affected, and this is true also because I am also practicing I devote 2 hours in pranayam, 1 hour morning, 1 hour evening. So मैंने लिखा था, तेरी श्वास है इसलिए तू जिंदा है. डॉक्टर सरनजीत सिंह सुन रहे हैं ना?
हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी.
तेरी श्वास है. सर, आई एम सॉरी, पॉल साहब, I will send you in English. I think you may not be able to understand in Hindi, but I will send you in English later on. So तेरी श्वास है इसलिए तू जिंदा है, इस जहां में तू एक उड़ता हुआ परिंदा है. अब मेडिटेशन की बात मैं कर रहा हूं नेक्स्ट लाइन में. गर तू अपनी सांसों को ध्यान से देख, गर तू अपनी श्वासों को ध्यान से देख, तब तू समझेगा कि तू खुदा का बंदा है, तब तू समझेगा कि तू खुदा का बंदा है. तेरी श्वास है इसलिए तू जिंदा है. तो अब कुछ ना कुछ स्पिरिचुअलिटी लानी पड़ेगी ना अपने में. आई हैव टू बी सम स्पिरिचुअलिटी हैज टू बी डन बिकॉज साइंस इज still today science is failing in solving out the issues of COVID-19, I should say. I think whole world is those people, those countries which were considered to be one of the biggest resource person in terms of hospital and research and everything, they are also not able to solve this issue today. So kahin kahin we have to take the help, and that help is also from the spirituality, from yoga, pranayam, positive outlook, loving attitude. So ultimately we have to become insan, and of course the environment is now cleaned, so somehow that is going to give us a positive impetus into this. With these words, I thank you all very much. I think I personally enjoyed this forum, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Mishra. Dr. Paul, may I invite you now to share your perspective, how things are in Singapore.
Thank you
and
very
how
much. I think I've got three minutes left.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Now, I think Singapore is quite fortunate because, not say fortunate, but Singapore is prepared because we had SARS 1, the early SARS in 2003. And since then, the NUS has mandated the requirement on online teaching. Okay, we have actually all the protocols for handling and pandemic, and I think it's just better of pulling out those ideas to put. So in a way, we are prepared. We have all these online teaching. We are supposed to teach 1 year, every 1 week per year on online teaching. So all this now is on stretch mode now. So, but of course, the amount of online teaching is tremendous. But the SARS COVID-19 actually gives also a certain perspective that is very useful for many people. For me, I think it was great because there was a lockdown time, about 2.5 months, that I can finish all the publications that have been sitting in my hard disk to be reviewed. I think same with Dr. Singh and Mishra. It gives you a time for once to pull it out and clean it up and send it out. So for my student, of course, they are writing papers, and okay, that is also like a downtime. But Singapore, we have started already. Our research has started. We only have a lockdown about 2 months, and then. But what we do now is that we divide the student to 2 teams. Morning team and afternoon team, so that we divide everything into 2, so just to make sure that they don't meet each other. So so in the morning there was 1 group, and afternoon there's 1 group, and for the staff, they have got 1 week on, 1 week off, otherwise. So for us academic staff, we are allowed to go in, but we are encouraged not to. So I think we are back to almost normal, I would say. So in a way, but I also would like to thank this period because I don't have to travel so often. That gives me a lot of time to do my gardening. I also grow some vegetables now just in case. And also be with nature a little bit more. Okay, so I think it's also a time for reflection. I also say that maybe it's a practice of what is in the future. Again, learning more about IT, got more time to learn more about all these softwares like Adobe and so on and so forth. Because usually in the normal day, it is like very crazy time in the office. But at home, you decide on your time. Fortunately for us, our workers and maid and all that are still around. And they cannot take leave, which is better. They are working 7 days a week rather than 6 days a week. So unlike you all in India, I think your situation a bit different. I think for us, we are back to normal almost. Okay, so it's very hard to compare one the place. And besides Singapore, we had the same government. So the ideas, the central control is very, very better managed. Whereas in India, I guess like in the Americas, it's a bit more difficult to manage. It's also a big country. Okay, I think we are 4 o'clock already. I think no, sorry, 4 o'clock. This time up, I think we have to wrap up. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
It's time to wrap up, and Madhurima.
Yeah. So
Closing
I'm
remarks?
sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. There was some technical glitch at my end, and I just kind of turned off the video for a while. Actually, before closing the session, I had one very short question. This one I'll pose only to Naren, I guess. It is about, so here it goes. There is an increasing interest in electronic supplementary materials, videos, and online resources. So I would just like to know your quick thoughts and remarks on this, and how can a global publisher actually support scientists in their endeavor to bring these kind of videos out?
Okay, last question, and I will just take a minute.
Yes.
Yes, there is a global interest. We see a whole lot of interest among students and readers and users to have these extra supplementary information around a book, whether that is in the form of some additional data or additional pictures or even audiovisual clips. This is an important way of learning, have a more immersive experience. It aids learning, or it also has a higher recall value. And we are proud to say that Springer books are able to provide its authors the facility to add more material to their book in terms of additional literature, data, sheets, or audio and visual clips. So the readers then can have a more complete experience of learning. Thank you, Madhurima.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Naren, for talking about that and so quickly wrapping it up. So that brings us to the end of this panel discussion. I would like to thank each one of you for your insights. I have taken lots of notes from everyone, and we will also be using these to design books in future, and I'll also be contacting each one of you probably at some point in time. So thank you. So it's almost time for the lunch break now. We'll be back again at around 2:30 for the book publishing workshop. Please do log back in. It's going to be an interesting session. And I would just ask Dr. Upendra if he has anything else to add before we break for lunch.
Madhu, it's completely fine. We'll go for a 1 hour lunch, or rather, I can say some 55 minutes lunch or so, and then a sharp 2:30 will resume for the workshop, book publishing workshop.
Excellent.
All right.
Right?
So
Thank you,
thanks a lot,
everyone.
everyone. Look forward to all of you joining us back again at 2:30.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
everyone. Welcome back after the lunch break. So we would now commence with our book publishing workshop. So this workshop is actually divided into 5 parts. We have 5 editors here who would be speaking about each part. So we would start with Akanksha Tyagi, who would be talking about how to get your books published with Springer. The second topic would be by Dr. Bhavik Sani, who would be talking about publishing ethics. Then Jagjit Kausayani would be talking about whether your books should also be published in an open access model. I, Madhurima Kahali, would continue next talking about social media marketing of your book. And the last presentation of the day would be by Dr. Gaurav Singh, who would be talking about the exciting future of books. So I would now like to hand over this mic to Akanksha Tyagi for her presentation. Over to you, Akanksha.
Thank you so much, Madhurima. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
So thank you, Madhurima, and thank you to the organizers. It's my pleasure actually to be able to attend this event and to be able to connect with all of you and talk about publishing and especially book publishing as such. So I will begin by quoting one of our leaders from Springer Nature, that Springer Nature is a brand who's actually committed to advancing the discovery by publishing high quality and insightful research so that we can support the development of new areas of knowledge and also make these ideas and this knowledge accessible around the world. So with this objective, today I will be speaking to all of you about the journey of publishing a book. And during the course of my talk, I will familiarize all of you with the publishing process of Springer Nature, and we will also be addressing that what are the basic questions that all of you would have about how to get your book published. So I will cover this topic under 6 themes, beginning with are books still relevant? So I think this question would be there in everybody's mind, that in the times where we can present our work, our research in several different formats, starting from the conventional journal publication, of course, books. Then you can start a YouTube channel also about your presenting your work, and present in poster and conferences, so many different ways of doing it. But why are books still so relevant from time immemorial, and still we are talking about having a discussion about how to get published and how to write a good book? So other than the points which are already listed on my screen and you can see them, I would like to give you 3 basic reasons that you should try to write a book, you should attempt to get published in the form of a book publication. The first important point is that books are actually a very basic academic tool. They are the most fundamental form of instruction, and it helps you in reaching out to the larger masses. So books can actually never become old-fashioned. They will never be outdated. Our previous generation has grown up reading books, and certainly the coming generations will also rely heavily on books. So books are certainly relevant and they will remain so. If you write a book, if you're an author, then it adds so much credentials and so much weight to your profile. You instantly become an expert in that area. So if you are working in an area, and if you try to publish a book, if you have a book idea in one of the themes on that area, that will give you the advantage of becoming an expert, or you will look like an expert to the readers or to the audiences. Also, books are a very quick and easy way of leaving a legacy behind, becoming famous, and also expanding your network. So if you are a book author, once you are a published book author, you are sort of immortal. Your work will be available to read for the generations to come, and that will help you in expanding a network. People will read your book. It's like a cycle of one event leading to another. So given these reasons, and of course the ones which are already listed on the screen, you can read them. I think book is a good idea, and you should consider developing one. Now we will move to the different formats in which you can consider developing a book idea. Springer offers these listed formats. Authored work, we also call it a monograph. They are usually single authored, can be a group of one or two also. Authored works are usually high quality, highly focused on one particular theme or a niche subject, and they have a long shelf life. You can also consider developing a book idea into a contributory volume, which is also called an edited book, where there are editors and chapters are invited from different experts. Textbooks, as we all know, are specific to higher education courses. They have very high usage, and they are directly in link with an academic course taught in a university. Uh, Other than these basic forms of publication of book, there are other ways of starting off a slightly bigger project, which is called as book series. So you pick up a broad theme, for example, virus disease, just to pick up an example, and you can start a book series on this theme, wherein different volumes will be published every year covering certain aspect of that theme. So that's like a recurring book publishing activity. Next come major reference work. Major reference work is a very comprehensive tertiary form of literature where the topic is covered from the very beginning, from A to Z. Everything is covered under that topic. So anyone who is looking for understanding a topic from the very beginning till the current research, they can refer to major reference work. The bulky big books, approximately 1,000 pages, and we also offer to the option of making these books live. So every time there's a new update, it can be embedded and added. So these books are actually live books. They contain the most latest information as well. We can also publish books in the open access format where there is no paywall. It's freely available for anyone to read with an internet connection. A very recent development and something which is a trendsetter in the publishing industry is machine generated books. So it is still new a concept, and we are still toying with the idea of how can we generate books which are partially written by a scientist and partially by a machine using artificial intelligence. In 2019, we published first ever such book, and we are open to the idea of getting more ideas from our scientific community and develop this into a bigger project. Now, the basic process of developing a book proposal. These are the 4 steps. You start with submitting the book proposal, which is then evaluated via a peer review process. After the peer review process is complete, then we move to developing the manuscript, writing the manuscript. Manuscript is then submitted, and then it goes into our production unit. After the production, we publish the book, and the story doesn't end there. We also provide several post-production services. There are dedicated teams for marketing your book, and also we have very sincere, hardworking sales team who's trying to push your books to reach to the maximum libraries and audiences. We have this very nice infographic which explains the entire process. As I said, that we start with developing a book idea first. You communicate that to a commissioning editor, and we start the process of assessing and evaluating your proposal. After the peer review, a decision is made based on the review reports, the market analysis, and keeping the competition and other factors in mind. And when everything gets a green signal, we sign a contract. After the contract is signed, authors start working on their manuscript. We support through our various tools, and of course, the commissioning editor as well as the production editors are always in touch with the authors to help them in reviewing their manuscript, in addressing their queries. And once the final manuscript is ready, then we have a portal where you can submit your manuscript. It is then typeset and produced into the final book form, which is both in ebook format and also in the print format. After that, it is out in the market, and our teams are marketing it and selling it in different markets. So in all of these processes, I think the most important ones where there will be maximum questions is about how to develop a book idea and how to submit, how to write a book proposal. So although this actually calls for a detailed discussion, and we can have a whole session about how to develop an idea and how to draft your proposal, but in today's talk, I will confine it to just a few points, and we'll try to summarize and give you maximum information in whatever short span of time we have. So to begin with, if you are thinking of writing a book, the 4 points that you should keep in mind is to find out the hot trending topics in your area of research. You can find that from journals, what is getting published in the journals, from the conferences, talking to your peer group, scientific news. There's so many different ways to find out, and of course there are databases which give you a little hint that what is trending and what will be a hit idea for writing a book. Also, it is important to find out the gaps in the literature, because we do not want your book idea to be repetitive or look like a copy of another book. It should have its own identity, its own unique space in the market. So please make sure where you are identifying an idea for your book, please do literature review as well and find out that what are the gaps and is your book fitting into those gaps. New findings, coronavirus, for example, or that is a very hot topic. At least I can say few months back, everyone wanting to publish on this. So anything new, anything path breaking that is happening in the field of scientific research, that can also be a great idea for developing into a book. You can also summarize the work which is done over a long period of time, just like it happens for reference paper, review paper, rather. So that is also a way of developing a book idea. If not a hot topic, if not something trending, you can pick up a topic and do a review of the entire work which was done over a long period of time. So that will help. That book will actually be helpful in presenting in a concise way everything about that theme. Now we come to how do you write. So these are the 5 points which are very important, are the fundamental things which will either make it or break it, kind of a thing. So I'll just quickly talk about these things. The concept note. Concept note is basically your story, that why do you want to write this book and what will this book is all about. So it should not be too long, just a 500 word small note talking about briefly that what is the pretext of this book, what will the book will contain, what will it offer, and who will be the target audience who should pick up and read this book. The best way to write a concept note is to pick up any book around you, just read the blurb. Just on the back cover you will see a small paragraph. That's what we want from you. If you can reproduce something similar for your book idea, I think it will be one of the best way of writing a concept. Now the chapterization. There are several ways, and it's very difficult to define and set some rules how to prepare a chapter list. but try to be sequential, try to put all of these various ideas that you have about the book concept in a sequential way. All the chapters should look like different, it's like beads on a single thread. So there should be a connectivity, there should be a flow. It's like storytelling. You begin by, from point A, and then you eventually go to B and C. So don't just randomly put chapter list out there. Be a little sequential and have a little order about it. You have to be careful about number of pages also. I would actually leave it up to the topic and theme, but we have to be mindful, depending on the theme that you're willing to publish, how long it should be. Also look at the competition, that how is your book going to perform based on the different competing titles which are already present in the market. And the most important one, title of the book. A big mistake that we often make is drafting the title of the book like a journal article. So the title of a journal article is very different than from a book. It should actually be concise, direct, talking about talking about what exactly the book is. Keywords, you can important keywords you can include in the book title. Try not to keep it too long. It's not important, it's not required to have a title and subtitle. If it is if the title conveys the meaning, I think that's good to go. Not essential that you include a subtitle. As I said, we can go in detail and talk the entire day maybe about these few points, and might as well give some examples and show some of the best written concept notes. But because we have limited time, so I'll stop here. If you have any questions about this in the Q&A section, we can pick that up. Now, another important thing is about selling our book, and there are different ways in which we sell our book. Broadly, we have electronic copy sale, ebook sale, and the print sale. So talking about the print sale first, we do it via our different distribution channel. To distributors, we have dedicated teams who are representing different regions and covering all the territories to push your book titles to different markets. And we also do print sales on Amazon. We also have Kindle version available for all our books. So that's about the print sales. Talking about the electronic sales, we have 4 different models. Single sale title, where people can, or the institute can pick up one single title, and it is usually bought for academic and institutional use. Libraries can also subscribe to a 1-year subscription, picking up a group of books for the last 4 copyright years. We have next to this, we also have electronic book packages for different disciplines. So, for example, we have one for life sciences, one is dedicated for engineering, applied sciences, medicine. All of these are different book packages, and every new book which is published by Springer is automatically included in these book packages. So institutions, libraries can also buy our entire collection, entire ebook package, and they'll get access to all the content for the particular copyright year. We have a different model for reference, major reference work, where there are 5 pre-packaged packages to sell this the reference works only. So why it is important for an author to understand how we sell is because I'm sure there'll be queries. It's important that you know that what's actually happening to your content, your hard work, where is it actually going, who all are reading it, what all libraries have access to it. And at the same time, we feel that you can also understand that how your institute can have a subscription to your own book. So that ways, we are not just tying up with you, we are also tying up with the institutes and supporting your book getting sold in your institute as well as all over the world. So that's about how we sell the book. Now talking about how do we market the books, and soon after the book is published, what all happens to it. The very first thing is that we create a home page. Every book has its own homepage, has its own cover, and there is a promotional flyer also that we create for each book. So you can use the link to the homepage, you can use the freely available promotional flyer, and do your own announcement at your social media pages, or hand it over that to people in the conferences. Um, we also display the usage data of your books on our homepage, on the book's homepage. So that way you can assess and find out that how your book is performing. In the electronic newsletter that we produce every year, which goes to the librarians, to the booksellers, and if people do to subscribe to our newsletter, all the books are listed in it. So as soon as your book is published, the news about this publication is reaching out to several people via our electronic newsletters. As I mentioned earlier, that our books are available on e-book stores like Amazon, Google Play, etc. And we also give electronic badge, which you can flaunt in the conferences and in your office and tell about your peers that you are a proud Springer author. To make it easily available to publicize, to increase the reach of the book, there is a specialized SEO optimization also that is done to make sure that your book appears in one of the first few searches on Google. Other than this, we also allow our books to be reviewed by the experts, and these book reviews are usually published in journals or magazines, and we reflect that information on the homepage of the book as well. We have a concept of book birthday report, which we often share with our authors, which tells you that how is your book performing every year. So it's called book birthday because every year on the birthday of the book, we check its performance and we share it with the authors as well. And needless to say, there is a lot of excitement every time a book is published, and we share that with everyone on our social media platforms. So that's mostly what I wanted to talk about today, and it's actually my immense pleasure to be able to engage with our authors and at all stages of book production and publication, and support them and also learn from them so as to evolve together and deliver better results. And we are extremely happy to become a small part of your successful book journey. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll be available in the Q&A session to answer that. Now I would like to invite Bhavik Sahani to take you through to the next part of the talk.
Hello. Can anyone confirm it? Is I am audible to everyone? Yeah, perfectly fine. Thanks a lot. Yeah, sure, perfectly fine. A very good afternoon to delegates, speakers, and my dear friends. It's my privilege to be part of an international online conference, SPER-SPRINGER 2020, which is jointly organized by SPER and Springer Nature. Thanks a lot, Dr. Madhu, for inviting me to message. I open my talk with a quote: integrity is doing the right thing if nobody watching. In the next 20 minutes, I will take the audience on an insightful journey describing the various levels of scientific misconduct. And through this presentation, my purpose and how to prevent these kind of problems before they rise. Most of the cases are due to lack of knowledge rather than...
Bhavik? Hi, Bhavik. Yeah, sorry to interrupt your presentation. Your presentation can't be viewed. We can't see it.
I haven't moved it yet. I haven't moved it. I haven't. You cannot see me see it, or it's not moving.
No. It's not there.
Okay. Okay. Sorry for this. Give me a second. I just try to sort it out. Is it fine now? Is it visible?
It's visible, Bhavik. Yeah.
Hello, Madhu, can you confirm?
Yes, please. Yeah, you're visible.
Oh, thank you. So, in the next 20 minutes, I will take the audiences on an insightful journey describing the various levels of scientific misconduct. And through this presentation, purpose is to highlight the types and relative seriousness and how to prevent these kind of problems before they arise. In most of the cases, the problem arises due to lack of knowledge rather than intention per se. And at the various times in the history, scientific research has had its credibility damaged because of ethical breaches in its research and publication. Today, the field is experiencing an emerging crisis in value caused by increasing pressure to publish due to conflict of interest and ethical committee restrictions on the research. So, let us go through the different publishing ethics in the course of this talk, which are guided by Committee of Organization, which dictates the publishing ethics. So these publishing ethics is applicable to all the scientific writing, ranging from research proposal to the grant proposal, thesis writing, publication of a research article, review article, a book chapter, or indeed for a book on. So these are the 7 sins which are publishing ethics, and these are and negligent citation, redundant publication, undeclared conflict of interest, unfair authorship. Next is human or the animal subject violations. 6 is a plagiarism, and the 7th is falsification or fabrication of a data. So we will go through these individual sins, and I will touch little. I will give a little information about that what causes these kind of sins and how we can overcome that. So first is a negligent,
Bhavik,
careless,
sorry to
and
interrupt
citation
you.
bias.
Bhavik, hey, sorry to interrupt you again, but I think your presentation is not moving forward. Like we can only see the introductory slide right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Can you see right now? Is it?
It's still on the cover page.
Oh, really? Can we sort it out? Can you just present on my behalf, and that would be the easiest way to do, because trying to move my slides, but
Sure.
somehow it's not working out.
Yeah, there's some problem.
Can you do that?
I will play your slides. Okay, so you can just ask me to move to the next ones.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just stop your presentation and just put mine on.
Oh.
Is my presentation visible? Is it visible to all?
Yes, you go ahead.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's perfectly fine. Can we move to next the slide number 5? Next, please. Next, please. Next. Yeah. So the first, the previous one, please, Madhu. previous one. Yeah, perfectly fine. Thanks a lot, Madhu. Thanks a lot, Madhu. So the first sin is a negligent, careless, or citation bias. And the first issue is exemplified by the citation bias, understanding the accomplishments of finding of others and neglecting to reference finding that an informed reader would need to know to interpret the author's conclusion. In most benign form, it is because of inadequate reviewing the literature of a particular topic and the presentation of a data that are based on a faulty statistical analysis and citation of articles without having read the primary sources. For example, I am citing an article B, a statement in article B, which had a citation of article A. So I would be careless in not using article A, but just using a citation of B for my purpose. The most serious ones are the distortion of other work so that their ideas or findings support a preconceived point of view that author is trying to advance. So what that means is that it's kind of a selective citation of only those articles that support a particular point of view. You are only telling a first part of its story, a story which supports your hypothesis. And the last one is selective citation to enhance one's reputation, epitomized by the self-citation. It can be manifested in a poor management or inaccurate presentation of a data. Madhu, can you move to the next slide, please? The next one is a duplicate publication and a simultaneous submission. And what is and how is it a problem? Can we move to next, please? So, a duplicate publication or a redundant publication is when two or more papers or a chapter share the same kind of information without full cross-reference. So what does that mean is that an author has submitted a chapter to a book with particular data, with particular species, with a particular scope, and he has again submitted the same chapter just by changing the title to another book or a review article to another journal. And there might be a superfluous differences between the original and the second manuscript, such as a new title or modified abstract, but the data set and the finding stays the same. And why is this a problem? Can you move to next slide, please, Madhu? Thank you. So why it's a problem? Because it creates a copyright issues. Because the copyright of a particular chapter or manuscript lies with our publisher and not with the authors in most of the cases. It distorts the empirical evidences because researchers will count them as a two results, two different publications, two different chapters. And it amounts to a self-plagiarism because it will involve the use of a material from another work which is without an attribution. So this is a real serious offense. Can we move to next, please, Madhu? The next one is a simultaneous publication. It's a practice of submitting the same manuscript, same chapter to different authors, to different books at the same time without informing the journal editor or a book editor that the manuscript have been submitted elsewhere and why it's a problem. Can we move to next, Madhu, please? It is often seen that some researchers argue that this practice is not dishonest and is a merely way to counter the long-drawn publication process. But the publisher considered it as an unethical publishing behavior because it violates copyright and it leads to a waste of academic and scientific resources as two or more book editors or journals would spend time and money on carrying out the same task. Can we move to the next, please, Madhu? The next one is undeclared conflict of interest. And the next, please, is a failure to declare a conflict of interest is a serious offense. And the cornerstone of a science is that it should be objective and unbiased. A conflict of interest could compromise the integrity of a research or even lead to a research misconduct. It is a situation or a relation in which a professional or a personal or a financial consideration could be seen by a fair-minded person as a potential conflict with a researcher or an organization. I have been supported financially by a company for a molecule, for testing of that molecule, and I would like to publish a review articles or a book chapters enhancing the reputation of that drug molecule as an anti-cancerous or anti-malarial without declaring a conflict of interest. So we always ask, please declare in all the research publication, being it's a research article or a review of article or a book chapter, it's a mandatory to inform to the publisher, to the book editors, whether there is a conflict of interest or not. Next slide, please, Madhu. The next issue is authorship and contributors. Next, please. We considered it as an unfair or irresponsible authorship because the Committee of Publishing Ethics suggests that, and all the similar organizations, that all persons who are named as authors in a book chapter or a review article or a research article should have a major contribution to the work, not just a token contribution. Authorship should be given to contributors who have significantly contributed to writing or a initiation of a thinking process. So these are the guest authors, the authors which doesn't have any significant contribution, but they are being included as part of our authors because of a peer pressure. And these are the ghost authors which have missed their names in the writing, in the research article, in a book chapter, but they have contributed. They have contributed significantly. Next is human and the subject version. So next, please. The ethical violation is a failure to conform to the minimum standards of protection for animal subjects or human research participants. The latter includes confidentiality of patient records and other data, informed consent, and proper explanation of risk of research participation. In case of experiment that involves animals or human subject, a proper permission should be taken from the organization, from the granting agencies, and for a human subject, identify information such as patient's name, their initials, hospital ID numbers, date of birth, and other protected healthcare information shouldn't be disclosed. For animal subjects, research should be performed based on the national or institutional guide for care and use of laboratory animals. And it's being declared by a Declaration of Helsinki. It's a document which everyone should read. Next, please. Plagiarism, the biggest of all. It ranges from the unreferenced use of others' published and unpublished ideas, including a research grant application, to the submission under a new authorship of a complete paper. The words originated from a Latin word called plagiarius, which means a kidnapper. Technically, the definition states the appropriation of another person's idea, processes, and can we move to next previous slide? I think there's some problem. Okay, leave it. Okay, so it's technically the statement says the appropriation of another person's idea, process, results, or words without giving appropriate credit. Next. Within this terminology comes a self-plagiarism, and what are the markers of a self-plagiarism and how to avoid them. To avoid them, a short quotes from a previous published article should be set off in a quotation mark and original version cited. Permission must be requested when large sections are reproduced. Methods and literature reviews should be paraphrased. And authors are not allowed to reuse previously published material and rights have been assigned to the publisher. Next slide, please. Madhu, next slide, please. Thank you. So how we can prevent the plagiarism? There's a difference between a common knowledge and an original idea. If someone asks me, can we write in our article, in our review paper that, or in a chapter that, a protein was separated by a Western law, is that a common knowledge or original idea, or it's a plagiarized thing? So whatever information is available electronically at least 3 times, that might come under as a common knowledge. And you can use that information in your writing with a quotation mark and with proper citation. There are although a lot of plagiarism detection softwares which are publicly available. So you can check your chapters, your review articles and research articles through these softwares, or the softwares which are available to your institute. Next, please. The next is a scientific fraud. And this form of a misconduct consists of a deliberate fabrication of a data or alteration of a finding to make a study more credible and acceptable for publication. And it includes a fabrication or falsification in manipulating research materials, equipments, or processes, or changing or omitting data or results such that the research is not accurately represented in the research record. Next slide. Under the COPE guidelines, these are categorized as trimming, cooking, or forging. And it is a serious concern. The retraction of manuscripts is done by the publisher or by the editor-in-chief, and it's being notified to the employers, and publication is banned. Next slide. So I stop my presentation here and would be happy to take any questions on the slides I have presented. Thanks for your attention, and I would like to
Hello, everyone, and a very good afternoon to everyone who has joined. Can you please confirm that I am audible?
Yes,
Anybody?
you're audible.
All right,
You're
thanks for
audible.
that. Yeah. So thank you for inviting me for this presentation. This is organized by the Society and Springer. So I'll start my presentation and I'll switch off my camera. I hope my slides are visible.
Not yet. Your screen is, but your slide, they aren't visible yet.
Okay. Is it? Now can you see it?
No, it's not visible still.
I suppose there is one more step left to
Yes.
share the screen. Or...
Yeah, just a second. Now I think it would be visible.
Yes, it is. Great.
All right. Yeah. So so the topic of my presentation today is, should books also be published in open access mode? Often people or the scholars, the authors, they are aware about publishing their articles in open access journals, but most of them, they are not aware about publishing a book in open access. Right. So we will discuss in this presentation about open access, as well as how the authors, the researchers, they can publish their book in open access with Springer Nature. So first of all, what is open access and what are the various models of publishing a book in open access? open access, it refers to the free, unrestricted online access of the scholarly research, which can be journal, article, chapter, or a book. So in open access, the works that are published, they are free to read, free to share, and free to reuse. Anybody can share it for free, anybody can reuse it. Right. Now, since open access content is freely available to the readers and there is no subscription or reading charge, so the cost of publishing, disseminating, and archiving the content is covered by the book processing charges or the BPCs. Right. So there are few open access models, but the most popular ones are the gold open access and the green open access model. So what is there in gold open access? Gold open access refers to when the book is published in open access and it is freely available and immediately available online on the publisher's platform. The the version of record will be the published version, which will be available in the form of PDF or EPUB, right? And the book or the chapter will be published under a license which is called the Creative Commons license. In the gold open access model, it involves the BPCs or the book processing charges are involved to cover the cost of publishing an open access book. While if we come to the green open access model, so green open access is more of a self archiving model where the book which is published, only the version of record, it will not be available free of cost on the platform, but only the accepted version of the book or the chapter will be deposited at a repository by the author. The repository can be a subject repository or a university repository. So an author can submit the accepted version of the manuscript, which is not yet published, on the repository. But this version will not be available on a publisher's website, right? So, and often it involves an embargo period. Like when the book is published, the published version will not be available on any platform for free, but only the accepted version of the manuscript will be available at a repository deposited by the author after an embargo period. So in this slide, we'll talk about the open access licenses and the copyright, who will retain the copyright. So the open access books are published under a certain license, which is called Creative Commons license. There are a number of licenses which are denoted by the letter codes. These licenses are BY, BYNC, BYND, and so on. So I've listed down these licenses here. At the right hand side, you can see. Now, in all these licenses, the authors retain the copyright for their work in all of the CC licenses. Now, each license defines what reuse is permitted, right? So there is some limitation with each of these license to what extent the reuse is permitted. Now at Springer Nature, we use the industry gold standard, which is the CC-BY license. It is the attribution license that we use, and it is the default license for all our books. Although we can be flexible with other licenses as well, depending on the requirements or the requests, if we receive any from the authors or from the institutes. But the default is CC-BY, and this CC-BY, it allows maximum reuse of the content. Like, so one can use, duplicate, adapt, distribute, or reproduce the content published in an open access book, but provided that the proper credit to the original author is given and the source of the publication is mentioned clearly. So often, often the authors, they are not aware that, to what extent they can use it and how to cite it. They think that something is published in open access, they can, easily pick up some content and they can, just use it in their publication. They can use it, they can reproduce it, but they need to provide a proper credit to the author who has published this open access book or chapter or article, and they need to mention the source where it is published. Then you're good to go, you can use the content, right? Then the license that we use, it's CC-BY, and this license is preferred by most of the funders. So this is the most flexible license, and it is, the preferred license for the funders. Now, if we move to the next slide, it is about the benefits of open access publication. Often the authors, they think that what is it for me to publish an open access book? Why should I publish my book in open access instead of publishing it in the non-open access mode? So there are a lot of benefits associated with publishing your book in open access, and this slides will speak about the benefits. There are a lot of benefits of publishing in an open access book, because once the book is published in open access, it is immediately available online. It is freely accessible to everybody, so anybody can download the book or the chapter. Anybody can read it anywhere, anytime. So it leads to increased visibility of your content. It leads to global readership of your content. I mean, wider dissemination of your content across various platforms. We'll speak about the platforms in a later slide. And since the license that we use is CC-BY license, so it allows maximum reuse of the content. Now, if you publish an open access book, it allows the author to retain the copyright of their work. Now, the open access book that we publish at Springer Nature, it undergo the same editorial and publishing high quality standards that uh, it will be for non-open access book. The same rigorous process, peer review, editorial and publishing process, and the book will be available for free to readers via various platforms in PDF, EPUB, HTML or MOBI formats. Now, this Springer Nature conducted a survey in 2017, November 2017, and we published a white paper also. So in that, what we found that our open access books that we have published in Springer Nature, they have received 50% more citations, 7 times more downloads, and 10 times more online mentions compared to the non-open access books. So this speaks a lot about the benefits of publishing a book in open access, that why you should go for open access mode, because it gives you more visibility, more readership, wider dissemination of your content. Now, what are the steps involved in publishing a book in open access in Springer Nature, and how you can go about publishing it? What are the benefits? Why you should choose Springer Nature? So, Springer Nature is a leading publisher, a leading academic publisher, and a pioneer in open access book publishing. We started our open access book publishing pilot in 2011, and in 2020, we published our 1,000th open access book. So this is a milestone that we achieved in this year, and in May 2020, we published this 1,000th open access book, and we celebrated around this 1,000th book because it is a milestone that we achieved. So this speaks that we are publishing a lot in open access, and we know the processes, how to go about it, what are the benefits, and all that thing. What are the highlights of our open access book program? Right. So Springer Nature, it publishes open access in many disciplines, from science, technology, medicine to humanities and social sciences. We have published around 1,000 open access books, more than 300 chapters in hybrid books. Then we work with more than 200 funding partners. We have a large author and editor base who have published open access with us. It is more than 1,200 leading authors and editors who have published open access books or chapters with us. And these authors are spread across more than 60 countries worldwide. Now we have reached to a milestone of 84 million chapter downloads since 2013. I'm sorry, this graphic is a bit old. I was not able to update it, but we have more than 84 million chapter downloads since 2013, and more than 60,000 average chapter downloads per open access book, and our open access content is read across 150 countries. So our readers come from more than 150 countries. Right. Now, what are the books that are published, that are considered? What are the formats? So Springer Nature, we offer a variety of book types. We accept monographs, edited volumes, major reference works, and proceedings in certain subject areas, and short form of books we publish, and we accept it for open access. We also publish individual chapters in non-open access book, and that's why we call it hybrid open access, and the protocols. Then all our books which are published by us are licensed under CC BY. This is the default license, as I mentioned earlier, and it is the most flexible license. It allows maximum reuse of the content. Then the books that are published are available on various platforms, and it will be available on our platform, which is called Springer Link. PDF, EPUB, HTML version will be available, and the movie version, which is the Amazon version, will be available. Then all the Springer Nature open access books will be automatically included in the ebooks collection, and this ebook collection is sold to worldwide libraries and institutions, and the book will also be available on our platform as a single ebook if anybody wants to read it, or they want to get a print version. So the print availability is also there. If anybody wants to get a print version of the open access book, we also offer that at a very nominal price. Then all the books, open access books, are will be available at more than 200 indexing and abstracting services and their platforms, including Amazon, Apple Books, Google Books, and DOAB. Now, the books published by Springer are published by the Gold Open Access mode, wherein we charge the book processing charge from the authors, or so the author can arrange for it via the department, via the institute, or via any funder. Now, this publishing charge, or this book processing charge, is, it covers the cost of commissioning, production, dissemination, indexing, promotion, hosting of the book, and also to publish your book under the CC BY license. Now, here I have included some of the books that we have published in open access. This is a society book, which we'll be publishing it very soon. Now, if you see, we prominently mention open access on the book cover, as well as on the web page of the book. It will be prominently displayed that this book is open access, so that anybody can easily identify this as an open access book and can read the content. Now, how does it work? How can you submit the book, and what are the processes involved? What is the workflow of publishing a book in open access? So the workflow is more or less the same, which will be for our non-open access books. The first step will be the author will have to submit a book proposal, an open access book proposal. So it can also be a case that the authors, they have submitted a book in the traditional way they want to publish it, but later they can also flip the non-open access book into open access, but before publication. Then the next step is the peer review process. The third one is, once the peer review is done, the book is accepted and the contract is signed, then before or when the manuscript is submitted, then at that time, the funder, the author, or the institution, they pay the book processing charges. Then once it is done, the book is then copy edited, typeset, and proofs are prepared. The proofs are shared with the authors. Once they approve the proofs, then the license, the CC BY license is assigned to the open access book, and the book is available on Springer Link and other indexing and abstracting platforms, and it will be available in different formats. Now, once the book is published, to enhance the visibility, we make sure that we enhance the visibility of the open access book. So to enhance that, we deposit the open access book into various platforms. We feed into the platforms. First of all, the book will be available on our platform, which is Springer Link. It is our online hosting platform. Then it will also be available at the directory of open access book, which is DOAB. The open libraries, some of the relevant titles will also be considered for NCBI bookshelf, and the books will also be fed to Amazon, Google Books, Apple Books, Web of Science, Scopus, and as I mentioned, by default, all the open access books are included in the Springer Nature ebook collections, which is sold to the libraries worldwide. Now, we talked about open access books, individual books, and chapters. Now if anybody wants to publish a book series in open access or want to engage into a partnership with us for open access books, that option is also available, right? So if any society or organization or funder, if they want to publish a series in an open access, they can reach out to us, and we can publish. We can provide a customized or personalized open access publishing program to the organization to publish a series or to enter into a partnership. We have already collaborated with a lot of learned societies, institutions around the world, and I've named them here: CERN, Similar Research Laboratory, and Integration Migration, etc. So we are open to publishing a book series in open access and entering into a partnership with the organization. And we have a lot of scenarios that we can explore. We can also publish the books as standalone projects. We can include the books in the existing Springer Nature series, or we can create an individual series of open access book for the particular organization, right? So we can also help the organization. We can speak to them and develop a personalized open access publishing plan for the society. Now, in 2020, this year, we have entered into some really significant partnerships, open access book publishing partnerships with UNESCO and FAO. These are the partnership is for publishing their open access content with Springer, and we are also in talks with some of the other renowned organizations and institutes around the world for such partnerships. Now, one would think about the open access funding and what all support I'll get. So if you consider Springer as your publishing partner for open access book, then we offer a lot of services to publish your book in open access, to help you publish and to find the funding. So there is funding available for open access book. Some funders, they have the funding specifically for open access book, while others, they permit only for the article processing charges. The authors or the scholars, they can use the research grants to be used. They can use it for publishing in open access. And also we have seen that increasingly funders nowadays, they also want authors to make their books and chapters available in open access, right? So we at Springer, we provide a lot of support to our authors, to institutes, to find out the funding to cover the BPC and to help them comply with the funder and institutional mandates. There are a lot of services that we offer at Springer to our authors if they wish to, they wish to publish in open access route. So we offer a lot of services to help them. We have a list of all the funders who provide funding for the books, and we then help the authors to find out the appropriate funder and to help them fill out any forms to comply with the mandates. So if in case you are thinking of publishing an open access book and you want more information, you have submitted your proposal and you are thinking of flipping it to an open access book, then you can reach out to us for more information. At the right hand side, you will see a graphic. It shows the funders that are available across the globe. There are a lot of funders who fund for the articles as well as for the books, right? And more information can be found on these links. You can also email to us. Now, this is the last slide to end. These are the resources, the links where you can find more resources about open access book. This is the Springer website. You can also browse our the Springer link where you can find a lot of open access book which is available for free to read. You can reach out to us. There are a lot of resources available on our website, on our platform. You can read, the testimonials are available, and a lot of other stuff is there. And if you want to submit an open access book chapter or series proposal, you can reach out to the publishing editor and also our open access team. Thank you very much. I hope I was able to convey the message, and I hope I was able to make you understand about open access and how you can publish open access with Springer. What are the benefits associated with publishing in open access Springer? Thank you very much. And now I invite Madhurima Kali to present her topic of the presentation.
Thank you, Jagjit, for the wonderful presentation on the open access model in books.
Thanks,
So I will now put my presentation up on the screen. Yeah. Jagjit, you'll have to click stop presenting. It. So I hope my presentation is visible to all.
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. So I will I'll do a quick presentation about a very important and yet interesting topic, which is should authors market their own book? Basically, publicizing your book for a greater visibility and reach. So how do you get from an average downloaded book to a bestseller book? Is it always about the content? Is it better promotion of the book through social media, through LinkedIn, through conferences, etc.? I would say that maximum reach of your book entails concerted efforts, both from the publisher and the author. So, you need to generate interest about your academic book much before it is actually published. So while the marketing team of the publisher is busy introducing your book to the market through various channels, through their networks, through their conferences, there are a lot of things that the author can do at their end. And we would like to call that an author-driven campaign. So which starts from the time you submit your manuscript to the time of the book launch of yours. So I have tried to divide this into three timelines, and there are three stages of this. So first is, you set up the stage for success, and you sprint to success and do sustained campaigning of your book. So the first stage is post manuscript submission. So you have heard about how to publish your book. You already heard about the publishing ethics, things to keep in mind, whether you would want a subscription based book or an open access one. So you have cleared all that. You have submitted your manuscript now. Now, what are the things that you could do? First is, you make sure that your author bios in conferences, even in mails, contain the title of your book and the publisher name. If there is a possibility of linking, your book page to the email, you could also do that. You try and understand your department or the university's press release. Be aware of those timelines and try to update information about your upcoming book so that people know in advance of the publication that the book is coming through. Once the book is almost ready, the copy editing is done, like with springer.com, we host your book on our website. So once that is ready, you draft an announcement for your department. You can, post links on your department website. You can also have notices, put up on the university notice boards. And then you very meticulously plan and schedule your social media announcement, because that is very important to generate interest in your book. So once your book is finally published, you update your email signatures with a link to those books, and also keep track of relevant conferences where you could launch your book, so that your book not only is known to the public, it also reaches the right audience. So also you can rest assured that we are also doing this at our end. Our marketing team is very meticulously doing this thing. But like as an author, I think when you're looking at social media promotions, you should please go all out with it. So I am from a research background. So I was like in the research field before I joined publishing. And I can vouch for one thing, that in the last 1 or 2 years, there's been this huge, upsurge in use of social media as far as the scientific community is concerned. So maybe 4 or 5 years back, while I was still in the university, I would not see as many researchers having or actively being a part of social media campaigns, actively being there on Twitter, LinkedIn, etc. But now there are, and I think a proof of concept is the attendance for today's webinar, where I think most of the people have turned up through social media advertising. So the social media boom is not something very new. It's not new knowledge. You know that there are around 2.4 billion users, Facebook users. And on LinkedIn, which is the largest professional network, there are 0.6 billion users with 62 million new users every year. And Twitter has about 0.3 billion users itself. And there's a great upsurge in social media use, which is affecting politics, healthcare, news, education, you name it. But one of the key ways to increase visibility and reach, and of course for scientists, citations and downloads, is to expose your research to a wider audience. The social media in disseminating scientific literature. Scientists are definitely increasingly embracing social media in their professional lives. The digital revolution has provided so many alternative routes to disseminate your discoveries, to keep your peers updated with the kind of publication that you do. I think I read many, many more articles on Twitter than maybe, probably through a journal. If I were reading it through a journal separately, it would have taken me a lot more time. But it's so much easier for me to, navigate to research of my interest, through Twitter, say. So this huge movement, of science, disseminating science through social media is underscored by the emergence of something called altmetrics. This is basically the article metrics measuring your article's social media footprints, which is slightly different from bibliometrics, scientometrics, things that are, scientifically calculating your citations, etc. Altmetrics calculates your social media footprints. So article mention, news mentions, readers on different reference managers, etc. This is what altmetrics generates. So you can actually see how many people have tweeted your research or have blogged about them, or how many readers are there on Mendeley, which kind of vouches for the fact that there is a lot of interest that your article or your book is generating. And some of the tools that researchers routinely use are, of course, Twitter. I think it's the most actively used social media platform as far as academics are concerned. Conference tweeting is very important. If you are a book author and you're at a certain conference, be sure to kind of tweet about the attendance of that conference. These days, every conference has their own hashtags. So, mention that you're the author of so-and-so book, and, at this particular conference, you can find collaborators there, you can find prospective readers there, etc. And of course, through Twitter, like, we can see people advertising vacancies in their labs, exchanging content, looking for collaborators. Reddit is another active community, which mostly graduate students and postdoctoral students use. Then ResearchGate. It has the largest number of registered academic users. I wouldn't say it's a typical social media platform. It's something more used for content swapping. So you can, ask questions to your fellow researchers. You can ask what project they are involved in, or, if you're interested in a certain research paper of someone, you can ask them to share that with you. LinkedIn, of course, has a bigger word limit. So, you can post larger documents there, pictures, links, etc. So, how do you promote your book online? So, when you're putting up posts about your book, try and include an image. Firstly, image generates more interest in the book. Also, I think it kind of ensures more clicks. So, try to get a photo out of the book at usual and unusual places. If you find your book, displayed at a bookstore, or at a conference, why don't you take a picture of those and maybe tag the conference there? If you have somebody from your author community, reading that book, you can put up that picture as well. And there are a few tips which you can keep in mind so that your post gets picked up by altmetrics, because just simply mentioning the name of the book would not really serve that purpose. So try to include the book's title, the ISBN number. Most important is DOI, and a link to the book. Like, I have mentioned springer.com, but yeah, if you have published with any other publisher, just try to mention that link so that your post gets picked up. Include some exciting details beyond, just that this is a new book. If you think it's a book on, say, industrial microbiology, and that, it is a course, a highly sought after course, which does not have as many textbooks. So you can, kind of put that line that, do you teach a course on industrial microbiology? Why don't you check out this new book? Or if it is bringing out some novel concept which hasn't been described before, try to, mention that. Basically, try to put in the unique selling points of your book, but be as precise as you can. Also, different social media platforms have different character limits and image specifications, so you have to be careful and aware of those. There are also ways for your book to be reviewed after publication. If you want somebody to get an inspection copy of it, sometimes we also, like, there are journals that review book. There are other reviewer sites which review books. So you can also kind of tag your post to those to see that, you get reviewer copies sent. And finally, I know we love using hashtags, but just don't hashtag everything, because there is some meaning to the term. So keep them relevant and focused. Try to keep them focused to the community that you want to address the post to. If there are specific conferences, if there are specific societies where you want, your book to be advertised, make sure to hashtag them appropriately. And finally, for textbook authors, it's very important for you to reach the right audience. You can follow course instructors or, different influencers in that field who could help in an adoption of the textbook that you've published. So these are just a few fun examples of book promotion posts, fruits of manual labor, somebody displaying the books that just came out through. And you can see that they have also put in a link to the Amazon page. So, if it looks interesting to you, you can just go there and buy your copy. And of course, having animals next to your book is always very cute. And then, the last post has tagged women in STEM, book author, get your copy today. So things like that, keep some relevant hashtags. If you are at a conference or a book release, where your book is being launched, make sure to post about that. if there is a conference handle, post that. If you want to tag some of the audience there, please do that as well. And finally, we at Springer, we also tweet or do LinkedIn posts, etc., about your books. And we would love to do that. We would love for more and more people to read about your book, and you can always retweet or reshare those links. So thank you. I would like to keep it short. So keep spreading the word about your book. We are doing that as well. And if there are any further queries, feel free to contact me, and I would love to answer all your questions. With this, I am ending my presentation. And yes, I would now like to hand over the mic to Dr. Gaurav Singh, who has a very exciting presentation for you. He'll be talking about the future of books. So over to you, Gaurav.
Thank you so much, Madhu. Let me start the presentation. I think there's some technical issue here. Yeah, is my screen visible?
Yeah, Gaurav, it's visible.
Okay. So, hi everyone, good evening. Sorry for the delay. It was due to, I think, some technical glitch because of the internet speed, I think. So, allow me to start the presentation. I'm myself, Gaurav Singh. I'm working as an editor for clinical medicine, and today I'll be talking about a very interesting topic of the future of books. So, let us begin. So, Springer has been a company that has generously spent towards the future of technology. And since we are an academic book publisher, one of the largest in the field, we have invested so much how to reshape the future of the book. What we would like to do is enhance the books as we know today. We would enhance the books in the print and the electronic format. What we strive to do is improve the reading options for the audience. We would like to make the reading options more efficient as well as more impactful. We would also like that when a researcher, when a scientist, when an academician visits our website, they should receive the context. They should be able to find the most relevant books at a very, very fast pace so that they're not wasting any time and they are just able to get to what they want to see and read. Now, since all researchers, all academicians, you're all having your own lab in which you're carrying out all the experiments which you do, Springer has its own book lab. So let me introduce you to the projects from the Springer Nature's book lab. We have been working on certain very exciting projects, such as living books, machine-generated content, which my colleague Akansha Tyagi talked about in her presentation, social reading, print and ebook integration. So these are the projects that we have been working on, and are some things that would innovate the whole reading experience for the users. Let me talk about living books. What exactly are living books? Now, living books is a project under development, and that would allow online updates to published book chapters. New developments would be communicated earlier and continuously. It combines the authority and citability of traditional books with the speed of electronic communication. Now, as an author, just imagine that if you have written a living book, and today you are limited by the knowledge of your research or the knowledge of the research that is being conducted globally. But tomorrow, a year down the line, you come out with certain new innovation that changes the research altogether in a new way. So you don't have to come out with a new edition. You can just update the knowledge seamlessly right and when it is happening. This is so very exciting. Coming to the next project would be the machine-generated content. We are proud to inform you that Springer Nature has published its first machine-generated book in 2019. The book was written on a topic of lithium-ion batteries, automatically compiled by an algorithm which was developed in collaboration with the University Applied Computational Linguistic Lab of Goethe University, Frankfurt, Main, Germany. Now, this is a book that has entirely been written by a machine, by a computer which was just given certain algorithms, what content it has to pick up. It was free to roam around like a web crawler we have on the internet, go through all the content that is available on Springer databases, which is huge, and combine a book totally written by itself. And what is interesting to see is when as a reader, when as a scientist, as a teacher, you will be able to see this book. You won't be able to tell a difference that it has not been written by a human being. This is just the first very step that we have taken towards the change you can imagine in the future. When I talk about as an editor from clinical medicine, I see that there would be certain elements which would require a human intervention. But there are certain pieces of literature in which machines can compile the data and can compile it so much better that it is an encyclopedia of all the content. When as a reader you open that book, you have each and every single available content relevant to you right at your fingertips. The other machine-generated content project that we work upon is an automatic translation. Now, this provides additional access to books from other languages, gives you more access to more information, probably written in a language which we don't understand, which we are not comfortable with, but it has been converted automatically to your language in such a perfect way that there are no gaps available. The third project that we work upon is social reading. We are also familiar with the platforms like Facebook, LinkedIn, where we leave comments for people to our understanding. where we share our experiences, we share our thoughts, we share our intellect, we share our knowledge. Now imagine if all those components are being inscribed in a book. When you start reading a book, you're able to leave your comments within it. You're able to discuss that book with other readers live on a platform. What you get is a very quicker, a very deeper insight. And even if you want to interact with the author directly to understand a concept, you're able to do that. Something that definitely as a student, I would like to do. It's an ongoing experimental feature, but I assure you it will be live very soon. The other project is a print and ebook integration. Now imagine we are reading a book which has so many electronic resources embedded into it. If you hover your mobile phone or you click on a link, the book comes live in front of your screen. So you're right exposed to the digital world through that book. You're able to scan any printed page with your smartphone or a tablet and you'll see the video pop out. Now the first books have already been published and we are working on an app solution. This is something that is going to totally change the way books are read and understood. Now this brings us to the outlook. What will reading a book look like in the future and what all thoughts have got into developing these kind of solutions, developing these kind of future? Let us talk about what is the brief history. Now, when we understand reading material, either it could be a book, which I talk about, a print book, would it be an ebook, would it be a 360-degree virtual reality? So when we measured the usage of print books versus ebooks, because those are the only two formats that we so much are accustomed to, it brings us to the conclusion that considering the generation that has been brought up, most people still read and use print books along with ebooks. Now, our preference of reading in these two formats basically depends upon the specific reading situation that you are in. The basic example would be probably you're on the move, you cannot carry all the books in your hand, and you're trying to switch over to an ebook format. Or consider this situation that when we are so much limited by the time and era of Corona hitting us so badly, that ebooks, had they not been there, our knowledge would have been so much restricted. Today we are so much connected with internet and we are so much connected in this world that any data that we want to understand, we can go to Google, we can find out a book, we read it in an e-format, and all the knowledge is completely available. So we are not in a era where the knowledge was limited by hiding into our homes. Now let us talk about what are the advantages of the various formats that are available. Now, coming to the advantages of a print book from a neurological perspective. The orientation in a print book always remains fixed. It is at the same location. So that brings our mind that whenever we have read a book and we have to do something, some research, we open the book and somehow our brain neurologically goes to that page and it knows, okay, this is there available. It does not changes with time. The orientation within the book, the depth is perceptual. Navigation, fast turning of pages, it is possible. If you talk about the ebook, its own advantages. We can search any content by a keyword. Any keyword that we have in our mind is something that we just type in and the thing is just directly available in front of our screen. It is more immediately available. There's a customizable format. You're using your computer, you're using your tablet, you're using your phone, anything, it is customizable. It saves our environment, papers, logistics. It has a faster deliverability of content. It has durability. The copying is very easy. Global availability, and there's a lot of multimedia integration which is possible in an e-format, which was never possible in a print book. So, but when we say that there's an evolution of reading which is coming up, and when publishers are working towards enhancing the impactability of content, we should talk about the evolution of brain and its impact on reading. Now, the various reproducible experiments with various students have shown that students who are reading the print version tend to remember better than those who have read an ebook on a flat screen. It's still debatable, but this is what the conclusion has been so far. Now, depending on specific parameters, how much time, what type of text, or what content you have read, it showed certain different results. Also, what is interesting to understand is that our brain has undergone an evolution over several million of years. What you would be amazed to know that reading is a revolutionary new skill. If I talk about the evolution of brain over those many number of years since we started, the first alphabets are just about 6,000 years old. And only for less than 1,000 years can the majority of mankind start to read. Also, we as humans are not well equipped for reading. We do not have a reading center, but we reuse the brain center for spatial orientation for reading. That means, though we accept that this is the better format for us, there is so much scope of improvement. And this is what we work upon. How to maximum use it and how to make the maximum impact. To bring about the conclusion of these insights, short term, since this effect is triggered by the hardwired brain processes, I would say that it is something that is not away so easily with the next generation that is coming up probably after that. And Springer Nature will continue to offer both the formats in print, EA format as well. In the long term, when the codex form of the book was specified, it was unknown how the brain worked. But now a lot of research is going on. So we can say that it is a coincidence that print book resonates so well with the brain. But do we really know that other formats would be fitting in the brain even better and would make reading and learning more efficient? Those are our thoughts. And on the basis of that, we can say what would an optimized book be looking like in the future. We would like to have a book presented in such an optimized format that it should perfectly resonate with the way our brain works. And that, as researchers, we work upon. We're looking for a format that is suitable for existing backlist of our titles because we know that the content that is already existing available with us should also be optimized in such a way that is at par with the new content which is being developed. Currently, we think about keeping the concept of pages for the time being, of course. Probably we're going to find out some new book, some optimized format that is going to resonate with you much better, and that would change the future. We don't know if tomorrow virtual reading would be an option, and only experiments can prove the benefits of this optimized format. That brings about me to end this presentation, and I would like to put in a small video which could showcase how the future of books could look like.
Madhurima, maybe we can skip the video if it is not working, or is it working?
We can't see the video.
Right. So maybe it may not work this way, and we
Okay.
could ask Gaurav to conclude his presentation then.
Definitely, Dr. Nain. Thank you, everyone. It was my pleasure to be here, and I hand over the mic to Madhurima.
All right, great. Thank you, Gaurav.
Thank you, Gaurav, for the wonderful presentation. I think the audience must be really excited to see what the future for books, hold. And, too many exciting formats to look forward to. And we are working on all of these, and, we'll probably soon see some of these coming through. So this brings us to the next session, which is the Q&A session. So we have already received a couple of questions from the audience. I'm going to read these questions out, and I'll be posing these to our speakers. And these are mostly for all the questions that I see are for the publisher. So I'm going to ask some of my team members to answer these. So should I start with the questions? Okay, so the first question is, on what basis does Springer select potential authors for book publishing? And maybe for this particular question, I'll invite Dr. Naren to give his views.
Thank you, Madhurima. This is a nice one. This is a good question and can be a little tricky at times. So I think the answer would be that there are several factors that go into our selecting a book or agreeing to publish a certain book. And the stature or published work of the author, or the expertise of the author, or how visible the author in the community is one of those factors. So we can have a situation that there is a nice author, good placement, working at a nice institute, but has got an amazing idea for a new book. And we would love to look at that. At the same time, at the other extreme, you might find that there might be a very eminent author, but who is proposing a book proposal that is an ordinary one, and we already have published several books on the topic, or it is not a topic that is of high interest to the community at the time, and we may have to unfortunately not consider that. So it is the merit of the proposal and also the reputation, visibility, published work, and expertise of the author that kind of in a way goes into taking a decision on accepting a book proposal.
Thank you, Dr. Naren, for your answer to this. The next question I am going to pose to Akanksha, because she had a relevant presentation for this. So if I want to contribute a single chapter, how do I contact the editor of that book? So is there any way for a chapter author to reach out to the publisher?
Thank you for the question. We most of the time work at a book level. We don't work directly with chapter authors. But if you have some plans for submitting a chapter, you can write to us, reach out to us, and we will, if we have a project which is running where your chapter can fit in, then we will put you in touch with the editors of that book. So that is one way that we can help our chapter contributors to get published via an existing book project.
Thanks, Akanksha. The next question should be relevant for Bhavik. Bhavik, I hope you're there.
Yeah, Madhu, please.
So you mentioned that self-plagiarism is also plagiarism. So somebody is asking, how does your own work calculate as plagiarism?
Because thanks for the question. It's a nice question, I believe. and little difficult to answer, but your work is, for example, if you are publishing it in any other journal or chapter, besides being published as an original in the same format, in the same, if the copyright is with a publisher, you cannot reuse it without a permission from the publisher. Yeah, I hope I have answered the question. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, thank you, Bhavik, for your answer. So I have another question now, which I will again pose to Dr. Naren, that if I have a review article, should I submit it directly, or should I wait for an invitation from the publisher to publish a review article?
I think generally review articles are majorly or mostly invited by the editor-in-chief of a journal. And it is always nice and polite to first write to the editor-in-chief of the journal a regular mail that I would like to submit a review article on such and such topic, and these are my credentials. And if you think I could be submitting a paper, I would be very happy to do so. So before submitting a review paper to a journal, it is always better to check with the editor-in-chief of the journal.
Thank you for the suggestion, Dr. Naren. I think we don't have any questions anymore. If there is somebody among the guests who want to ask something, then please feel free to do so.
I think Dr. Upendra will have some question for us. Dr. Upendra?
Yes, I'm hoping so. Yeah. So I guess we don't have any further questions. And if we don't have any further questions, then I would now like to hand over the mic to Dr. Upendra for the next session, the concluding remarks.
Right.
And I would also like to let everyone know here that if there are any questions that are there in your mind, even after the presentation, the conference is over, you have our email IDs, you have Dr. Upendra's contact details. Please feel free to write to us and we'll surely revert. So thank you, and over to you, Dr. Upendra.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Madhurima. So yes, it was indeed a wonderful session or a book series workshop as well. So I'm sure, because I have gone through the registration list as well. So many of the registered participants, they are from academia. They are very senior faculty members. They are the middle-aged faculty members and the youngsters, young faculty members as well. Many of the students I have gone through, I have seen those are the research scholar or research students as well. So I believe, as an author, if I ask about, I forgot about I'm a secretary for a society or something like that. If as an individual author, if I talk about, definitely these are the cautions that are in front of me that would be somehow interesting for me to understand how to write a book, what will be the procedure to write or to approach the publisher for getting the book publication or getting some of the chapters also. One question also I came across through the admin site as well, that if we are going to have need to contribute a book chapter, so how we are going to contact the editor as well. So from my perspective, if I say, definitely being an editor or editor-in-chief who will be going to edit a book, we need to invite the chapters as well, and at the same time, directly as an author, we can approach those editors with the credentials as well, with the research findings or proof of the research publication, some of the good quality publications. So it would be one of the first areas or the criteria for selection as the author for contributing with the book. Talking about some of the presentation that has been given by Dr. Akanksha, Dr. Bhavik, or Dr. Gaurav as well, these are very interesting presentations. I must appreciate, because they are at par with the standards or the information that as an author we are looking for. Like how, if we are going to publish, what will happen next? How it is going to cite? How we are going to improve the citations as well. So that lot many questions are there, and by virtue of the presentations, I must appreciate the entire team of Springer Nature who has taken up a task and a challenge to have a workshop in this particular international conference. So they have delivered their talk in such a nice manner that audience or as a participant, we are able to get the answer of our question without even asking, because you have covered each and everything very nicely, very precisely, very impactful, so that whatever the concerns or the query we could have as an author, so that already been resolved, and as a part of a deliberation, already it has been discussed in the entire discussion as well. So I believe already we have done with the question and answer session as well. So now I would like to invite Dr. Prakasham Reddy Chetty sir. He is the Chief Scientist in CSIR IICT Hyderabad, for his valuable concluding remarks for this particular conference.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah.
And thanks for your invitation to participate in this international conference. And I'm happy to give my concluding remarks based on the deliberations made during the day-long deliberations. And I would like to say that the international conference, it is nothing but an online conference jointly organized by Society of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, SPER, and Springer Nature. There is a very distinct collaboration between these two. It looks like a society and working with some publishing group. This is the first of its kind I could observe in the situation, or in the entire my career. I have never looked at this one. I have completed almost all 35 years of my research career in the CSR system. And this is the topic also of a very interesting, adding a value in academic publishing and the role of learned societies and international publishers, which is again a uniqueness brought by the SPER secretaries. I can say that Upendra Nagich and other people. And this is a very interesting. Initially, the program started with the introductory remarks by Madhurima Kali, editor, books, medicine and life sciences, Springer Nature, followed by welcome address by Professor G.D. Gupta, President SPER India, where he welcomed all dignitaries of today experts and other participants, and gave a brief account on responsibilities of SPER India, and invited Dr. Naren Agrawal for a next talk or introductory remarks. And Dr. Naren Agrawal, in his introductory remarks, gave overview of this Springer Nature mission to provide the value-added books. This is a very important issue of the value-added books. Though there are several books are published day by day and several publishers are there, but getting a value-added book is more important in almost all subjects, mainly to cater the need of researchers, faculty, and students in better learning, teaching, dissipating the latest web of information among the learned society. This society may be the very interesting for the situation where you can see every part of this society, learned society, has been covered in this one. Towards this, he gave an account on the structure of the Springer Nature, and informed that they engaged in over 3,000 journals periodically, and 1,300 books published each year, and around 1,000 are open access. And present situation, open access plays a vital role in dissipating the knowledge of the everything. As most of the, even in IICT also, we are looking for the open access journals and for that as one. However, there are certain issues related with the open access issues, but we could look at the separately for that one. And several ebooks and the quality heights received in terms of the impact factor
H-index, etc., revealing their commitment towards knowledge dissipation. Subsequently, Dr. Y.K. Gupta, President AIMS Bhopal, India, with his vast experience as academician, gave a keynote address on quality of the book, the present trend and quality assessing factors, and organization involved in it like NAC, SHE, etc. Though impact factor, H-index, etc. are the quality indicators, however, in his opinion, they may not be looked as a yardsticks and always emphasize on originality and relevance to the society, especially locals. This information is very important in the present conditions wherever you are going into the situation, because India is also looking for the local to global, which is a Prime Minister's or Prime Minister Modi, Sri Modi's, we can say the buzzword or whatever it may be. He also emphasized the imperativeness of the bad raw data, good paper versus good paper, good raw data versus good recipe, and good raw data versus good recipe versus bad chef in publication of the research data, along with the preparedness on the prior art and homework, which is a more important to get a quality publication in for anybody or any intellectual. He also emphasized the need of Indian specific pharma research towards this one, and which is a more important to have a effectiveness and the recognition for the publisher also. And next, subsequently addressed by the Professor N.K. Jain, emphasized the gaining experience in the related subject area and gap identification are the foremost pivotal factors before attempting to a author of a book, and cautioned on pirating and the responsibilities of association societies in publishing the same. And the pirating is mostly, it is becoming a more and more, and that's why nowadays any university or any societies now started the, before sending the publication itself, the piratation should be checked before that one. And this check has been initiated in entire universities or entire things, and even for thesis submission also this is becoming a more and more. And in his opinion, uh, responsibilities of associations and societies in the publishing the same is the more important, where one has to give several checks from the step 1 to step 2 or step 3 or final step, and that is a more important. And books should be continuously edited with the updates by networking effectively to provide the zeal and the basics and conceptuals and technological inputs to the readers, which is a more important. Even he was talking about the new book edition or a old book to new editions and other things, and which gives the insight of his opinion and insight of his mind to the entire educated world. And next, subsequently, Professor Bhupendra Singh Bhoop, Punjab University, reiterated the expertness of the authors and the editors, as well as the reviewers' role in dissipating the knowledge to the needy through book publishing, where he says that one expertness, at least he said that a 12 years research experience or expert should be available at least for the publishing a book, and which is essential. But nowadays is the things are becoming a different tune. They are taking a different tune, which may not be the correctness for the having a healthy intellectual web. And he also emphasized that the novel approach and ethics are essential in addition to check on of knowledge, fabrication, plagiarism, etc. is the more relevant before publishing anything, or editors or invited before inviting the particular person expert, one should check the, and editor should take the requirement, or editor to take the such a precaution before it. And Mr. Tushar Joshi, though he is from the publishing department or publishing sector, gave elaborate information on role of Springer Nature towards the growth of pharma research and providing the solutions in intellectual properties, repurposing of the available information in various fields, discovery of the market path, drug research, pharmacovigilance, flagships, etc., to needy researchers, industries, academies, etc., all together, or and vice versa. Towards the end of the deliberation session, Dr. Upendra Naik, the founder secretary of the SPER, in his vote of thanks with pride informed that the successful completion of the decade service to the nation in providing the academic advancement, especially to pharma sector through 13 state regional offices, various activities including conferences, online charts, dissipating information through journals, especially chapter, etc. Along with the above, several associated forums such as students and women forums were brought to the uplift and update the developed leadership. This is a more important in the present situation where woman and woman has taken as a weaker section for the coming into the unequal to the men, and students which are essential for the young India or developing India. And secondly, he also informed that the society launched certificate courses and skill development activities to cater the need of the pharma industry of India and other needy sectors, along with the online information portal. And this under COVID situation, which is a more relevant in giving the online certificate courses and the skill development courses, and the especially which they need it a methodological developments and the analytical skills for the students or for the students and other needy persons to need the cater of the industry. This followed by a good panelist comprising the Professor Swaranjit Singh, Naipar Mohali, Professor B. Mishra, IIT, BHU, and Dr. Paul Van C. Heng, and National University of Singapore, and Naren Agrawal, Dr. Naren Agrawal, Editorial Director, Springer Nature, discussed on the role of scholarly books on advancing the discovery. And all panelists are in opinion that books are becoming invisible in academic sector, especially in the updating of the libraries and other things. And this is replaced by the online search engines. Blackboard approach is more communicable than the PowerPoint or non-face-to-face medium. Online teaching misses the one-to-one approach. Power of teaching is more relevant in the area of teacher assessing by students. Books becoming a more relevant in understanding the concept, emphasize the faculty experience more than a book, and audio video preparation approaches with pictorial information in modern era in fast spreading global information. The panelists also in our opinion that books role in invading of affordability. Invading is books role in invading is basically because of the affordability, comprehensiveness, piracy, drawbacks of the authors in providing the data, and publishers in recognizing the quality authors. This panel felt that quality and purpose of the book has gone down, and publishers should compromise on economic status of the reader and provide a comfortable status to authors along with the other authors' expectations. Under COVID-19 conditions, situations, electronic media is playing an effective role in student-faculty interactions, and research progress is negatively impacted. And this is not only in a particular panelist researchers and entire the India or world everywhere. This is a negative impact of the COVID has been visualized everywhere. In my opinion, Power of technology, creating an interdisciplinary approach, innovative publications and broad and specified topics, role of industry academic relations, bringing the novel approaches in publication of the books, role of open access journals, implementation of the ethics, repurposing of the innovations, commitments, etc. Publications should be categorized as preliminary, scientific, technological, and professional to cater need of the each and every sector is very, very important in the present situation. And in addition to that, animated 3D online audio visuals will play a vital role in the presence of COVID-19 situation, especially in the primary sector students to provide Atmanirbhar India. I hope this is a very, very important and relevant to the present situation. Jai Hind. Over to Upendra Nagach.
Thank you so much, sir, for your precious comments as a concluding comments for the conference. So I can see some of the learned speakers are still there with us. So I just wanted to have a quick insight from YK Gupta sir as well, if he'll be able to share his concluding remarks or sort of thing, 2 minutes or so for a short discussion.
Thank you very much, Upendra. I think this meeting was perhaps after many days, was one of the rare meetings which made me glued to this. In fact, I had another meeting in between, so I had to leave, but I joined again. It's such an interesting lecture, never before on the video, and such attractive information. And I must give 200% marks to Dr. Reddy, who has given the entire recap of the conference or the meeting. Dr. Reddy, I must say that I was not feeling that I missed any of the session, because your recap was such a summary, such a bulleted points of each and every session. So thank you very much, Dr. Upendra and Dr. GD, for selecting and inviting Dr. Reddy to this meeting from IICT. And I must have met him, because when I was director of CSIR, I think I must have interacted with him with tremendous capacity. So I think I gained much knowledge which I was not aware of, which all the speakers of Springer told us about the e-book, about the online, and about the, see, you write the book, machine can write the books. I think so today is maybe next 20 years will be the last opportunity for the authors to show their skill. Otherwise, the machine will take over, and in few hours, Springer will bring a new edition, and then they will not be looking for the authors. They will be creating authors, and then. So I think this is a this is an alarming situation for all the potential authors, and but this is a very interesting. And Springer is the global leader in publishing house, not only collecting information but high tech, and even knowing this thing is something very important things, and how information technology, how machine learning, how compiling, how the grammatical mistakes can be minimized, how things can be made attractive. Readability was the only skill of the author. How to make it more attractive, how to make it readability, and the entire thing is now being taken up by the machine. So I think challenge for human being to be more innovative, more and more innovative than the computer and then the software. So I have seen a couple of very wonderful slides where the learning pattern was seen, and again I congratulate Dr. GD and Dr. Upendra and all the speakers. I think it was wonderful to see there's such a senior people, and gathering them at one forum on Saturday is a creditable job. So all the audience, I think, I am sure that all the audience, those who have registered and those who have not registered, like me, I tried to register, but I could not. I think they must have stopped. So I barged
Yes.
in. So many people would be like that. So great. Congratulations to all, and my special thanks to the concluding remark by Dr. Reddy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for always so kind to us, to the society, and every time when we required your help, support, guidance, and inputs, you are always there to help us, support us, and guide us, sir. So it's wonderful to have you always in an event of SPER. At the end of the session and the conference as well. So one announcement for the participants as well. Those are registered for the conference. In another 45 minutes, the live link for the feedback form and along with the certificate download would be available. So those who have registered for the conference well in advance, because we kept the last date for the registration was July 30th by 6 p.m. So at that time, whatever the registrations we have received, we are going to issue the certificate for those participants. So by 5:30, the link, first of all, you have to give your feedback for the conference so that it will ultimately help us to bring some more innovation, more interesting topics for the future conferences as well. And after completely submitting the feedback form, you will be able to get the certificate downloaded immediately on the website only. So you just need to visit the society's website, SPER-Pharma.org, and you will be able to get the certificate of the participation for the conference. Those who are not able to get the certificate, although they have seen the conferences through the YouTube channel or so they just send me on the secretary email some of the information, and we'll see what best we'll be able to do from our side. Maybe if we can issue some certificate or something like that. So I'll discuss with the council member of the society. If we are able to issue, then certainly we are going to issue. If not, that as per the protocols, because as rightly mentioned by Professor Y.K. Gupta sir as well, that I received many queries that they wanted to register, but they are not able to register for the conference. So let me see what best we'll be able to do from our side. And my special thanks to Dr. Naren, Dr. Madhurima, and other teammates from Springer Nature for their elaborative discussion, their talks, their time, and some of the important points that they have highlighted for the audience as well. And rightly mentioned by Dr. Y.K. Gupta sir as well, this is the very first time I have seen such a learned speaker in a one forum. So tremendous job as far as society is concerned. So I feel very proud to announce that yes, this is one of indeed a very good conference with a outcome-based conference, where at least at the end of the day we are able to learn something different, what we are not able to see in some other forum as well. So thank you so much on behalf of Society of Pharmaceutical Education and Research. And over to you, Dr. Madhu, for your final comments, and then we'll wind up the session.
So
before that,
thanks a lot. Yeah.
Before that, I would like to mention that there is an online, I missed it, online workshop was there, and there is a excellent presentations with a lot of pouring information from the Springer Nature, and I appreciate for that one, because this information will not be available even in the websites for some time, and I thanks for them for the giving, and I'm sorry for missing the in concluding session, concluding remarks. Yes, Madhurima.
Yeah. So thanks a lot, Dr. Shetty, for your kind comments, and we are really happy to hear like all the response. We are really happy that we could actually convey some relevant and new information to you. And I actually have already started receiving emails, which is great. So people are already sending me queries on my email. So yeah, I would like to thank each one of you who were present with us. And we had such a distinguished panel of speakers today. It was very insightful to hear from each one of you. And as Professor Gupta rightly said, that this was an interesting session and we were kind of glued in from start to end. So were we. Not like I was sitting here throughout, like each and every session, listening to each and every word that the speakers are, and I'm sure everybody else is doing so. I see a lot of reaction on YouTube as well. So yes, I think we can conclude today's session now, hoping to see more fruitful interactions with the society. And if there is any query from your side, please feel free to reach to us, and we would be happy to take those. And thanks again, Dr. Nagaich, for all the efforts in inviting people. And of course, I can say that this was a very successful event. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you. Namaskar.